केसरी त्योहार विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे युद्ध और उससे बनी परिस्थितियों से हम सभी परिचित हैं। मैं आज संसद के उच्च सदन के सामने और देशवासियों के सामने इन विकट परिस्थितियों पर सरकार का पक्ष साझा करने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे इस युद्ध को 3 सप्ताह से अधिक का समय हो चुका है। इस युद्ध ने पूरे विश्व में गंभीर ऊर्जा संकट पैदा कर दिया है। भारत के लिए भी ये स्थिति चिंताजनक है। इस युद्ध से हमारे व्यापार के रास्ते प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। इससे पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर जैसे जरूरी सामान की रूटीन सप्लाई प्रभावित हो रही है। गल्फ देशों में करीब 1 करोड़ भारतीय रहते हैं, वहां काम करते हैं। उनके जीवन और आजीविका की सुरक्षा भी भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता है। हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट में दुनिया के अनेक जहाज फंसे हैं। उनमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय क्रू मेंबर्स हैं। ये भी भारत के लिए एक बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। ऐसी विकट परिस्थिति में आवश्यक है कि भारत की संसद के इस उच्च सदन से शांति और संवाद की एकजुट आवाज पूरे विश्व में जाए। सभापति जी, युद्ध की शुरुआत के बाद से मैंने पश्चिम एशिया के ज्यादातर देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों के साथ 2 राउंड फोन पर बात की है। हम गल्फ के सभी देशों के साथ लगातार संपर्क में हैं। हम ईरान, इजराइल और अमेरिका के साथ भी संपर्क में हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से क्षेत्र में शांति की बहाली का है। हमने de-escalation और हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट खोले जाने पर भी उनसे बात की है। कमर्शियल जहाजों पर हमला और हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग में रुकावट अस्वीकार्य है। भारत ने नागरिकों पर, सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, एनर्जी और ट्रांसपोर्ट से जुड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमलों का विरोध किया है। भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है। भारत ने इस समस्या के समाधान के लिए संवाद का ही रास्ता सुझाया है। इस युद्ध में किसी के भी जीवन पर संकट मानवता के हित में नहीं है। इसलिए भारत का सतत प्रयास सभी पक्षों को जल्द से जल्द शांतिपूर्ण समाधान के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने का है। सभापति जी, संकट की स्थिति में देश विदेश में भारतीयों की सुरक्षा हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। युद्ध शुरू होने के बाद से लेकर अब तक 3,75,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित भारत लौट चुके हैं। ईरान से ही अभी तक 1,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित वापस लौटे हैं। इनमें 700 से अधिक मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने वाले युवा हैं। हमारी सरकार संकट के इस समय में पूरी संवेदनशीलता से काम कर रही है। सभी देशों ने वहां मौजूद भारतीयों की सुरक्षा का पूरा आश्वासन दिया है। हालांकि ये बहुत दुखद है कि हमलों के कारण कुछ भारतीयों की मृत्यु हुई है और कुछ घायल भी हुए हैं। ऐसे मुश्किल हालात में परिवारजनों को आवश्यक मदद दी जा रही है। जो घायल है उनका बेहतर इलाज सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है। सभापति जी, हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट विश्व व्यापार के सबसे बड़े रूट्स में से एक है। विशेष तौर पर कच्चे तेल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर से जुड़ा परिवहन इस क्षेत्र से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में होता है। युद्ध के बाद से ही हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट में जहाजों का आना जाना बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण हो गया है। लेकिन विपरीत परिस्थितियों के बावजूद हमारी सरकार ने संवाद से, कूटनीति के माध्यम से रास्ते बनाने का प्रयास किया है। प्रयास ये है कि जहां से भी संभव हो वहां से तेल और गैस की सप्लाई भारत पहुंचे। ऐसी हर कोशिश के नतीजे भी देश देख रहा है। बीते कुछ दिनों में दुनिया के अनेक देशों से कच्चा तेल और एलपीजी से भरे जहाज भारत आए हैं। इस दिशा में हमारे प्रयास आने वाले दिनों में भी जारी रहेंगे। सभापति जी, भारत का प्रयास है कि तेल हो, गैस हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, ऐसे हर जरूरी सामान से जुड़े जहाज भारत तक सुरक्षित पहुंचे। लेकिन इस युद्ध से बनी वैश्विक परिस्थितियां अगर लंबे समय तक बनी रहती है तो गंभीर दुष्परिणाम तय है। इसलिए भारत ने अपनी रेजिलियंस बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी प्रयास बीते वर्षों में किए हैं उनको और गति दे रहा है। सभापति जी, कोई भी संकट हो वो हमारे हौसलों और हमारे प्रयास दोनों की परीक्षा लेता है। देश ऐसे संकटों का बेहतर तरीके से सामना कर सके, इसके लिए बीते 11 वर्षों में निरंतर निर्णय लिए गए हैं। एनर्जी इंपोर्ट का डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऐसे ही प्रयासों का हिस्सा है। पहले क्रूड ऑयल, एलएनजी, एलपीजी ऐसी एनर्जी जरूरतों के लिए 27 देशों से इंपोर्ट किया जाता था। वहीं आज भारत 41 देशों से एनर्जी इंपोर्ट करता है। बीते दशक में भारत ने संकट के ऐसे ही समय के लिए कच्चे तेल के भंडारण को भी प्राथमिकता दी है। हमारी तेल कंपनियां संकट के समय के लिए काफी मात्रा में पेट्रोल और डीजल का भंडार रखती हैं। बीते 11 वर्षों में 53 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक का स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व भी डेवलप किया गया है और 65 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक के रिजर्व की व्यवस्था पर देश काम कर रहा है। साथ ही बीते दशक में भारत की रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी भी अच्छी खासी बढ़ाई गई है। मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को और देश को ये आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं कि भारत के पास क्रूड ऑयल के पर्याप्त स्टोरेज के और निरंतर सप्लाई की व्यवस्थाएं हैं। सभापति जी, हमारी सरकार की कोशिश है कि ईंधन के किसी एक ही स्रोत पर ज्यादा निर्भरता न रहे। सरकार घरेलू गैस सप्लाई में एलपीजी के अलावा पीएनजी पर भी बल दे रही है। बीते दशक में देश में पीएनजी कनेक्शन पर अभूतपूर्व काम हुआ है। बीते दिनों में इस काम को और तेज किया गया है। साथ ही एलपीजी के घरेलू उत्पादन को भी बड़े पैमाने पर बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। सभापति जी, बीते वर्षों में सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि हर सेक्टर में दूसरे देशों पर निर्भरता कम से कम हो, हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा आत्मनिर्भर हो, यही एकमात्र विकल्प है। जैसे भारत का 90% से अधिक ट्रेड विदेशी जहाजों पर होता है, ये स्थिति किसी भी वैश्विक संकट में भारत की स्थिति को और भी गंभीर बना देती है। इसलिए सरकार ने मेड इन इंडिया जहाज बनाने के लिए करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपए का अभियान शुरू किया। भारत आज शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप ब्रेकिंग, मेंटेनेंस एंड ओवरहॉलिंग ऐसी हर सुविधा के निर्माण पर तेज गति से काम कर रहा है। भारत अपने डिफेंस सेक्टर को भी अधिक रेजिलिएंट बना रहा है। बीते दशक में किए गए प्रयासों से भारत आज अपनी जरूरत के अधिकांश हथियार भारत में ही बना रहा है। एक समय था जब भारत अपने जीवन रक्षक दवाओं के कच्चे माल यानी एपीआई के लिए भी दूसरे देशों पर बहुत अधिक निर्भर था। बीते वर्षों में देश ने भारत में ही एपीआई इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रयास किए हैं। इसी प्रकार रेयर अर्थ मिनरल्स में विदेशी निर्भरता को कम करने के लिए भी बड़े कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, वर्तमान संकट ने पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमी को हिला दिया है। अभी तक पश्चिम एशिया में जो नुकसान हुआ है उससे रिकवर होने में भी दुनिया को बहुत समय लगेगा। भारत पर इसका कम से कम दुष्प्रभाव हो, इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। हमारी इकोनॉमी के फंडामेंटल्स मजबूत हैं और सरकार पल पल बदलते हालात पर नजर रखे हुए है। सरकार इसके शॉर्ट टर्म, मीडियम टर्म और लॉन्ग टर्म ऐसे हर प्रभाव के लिए एक रणनीति के साथ काम कर रही है। भारत सरकार ने एक इंटर मिनिस्ट्रियल ग्रुप भी बनाया है। ये ग्रुप नियमित मिलता है और हमारे इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट में आने वाली हर दिक्कत का आकलन करता है। और ये ग्रुप आवश्यक समाधान पर भी निरंतर काम करता रहा है। जैसे कोरोना के समय में अलग अलग सेक्टर्स की चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए एक्सपर्ट्स और ऑफिसर्स के एम्पावर्ड ग्रुप्स बने थे, वैसे ही कल ही ऐसे 7 नए एम्पावर्ड ग्रुप्स का भी गठन किया गया है। ये ग्रुप सप्लाई चेन, पेट्रोल डीजल, फर्टिलाइजर, गैस, महंगाई ऐसे विषयों पर त्वरित और दूरगामी रणनीति के तहत कार्रवाई करने का काम करेंगे। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि साझा प्रयासों से हम परिस्थितियों का बेहतर सामना कर पाएंगे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, सरकार ये भी प्रयास कर रही है कि आने वाले बुआई के सीजन में किसानों को पर्याप्त खाद मिलती रहे। सरकार ने खाद की पर्याप्त सप्लाई के लिए आवश्यक तैयारियां की हैं। सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास है कि किसानों पर किसी भी संकट का बोझ न पड़े। मैं देश के किसानों को फिर आश्वस्त करूंगा कि सरकार हर चुनौती के समाधान के लिए उनके साथ खड़ी है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये राज्यों का सदन है। आने वाले समय में ये संकट हमारे देश की बड़ी परीक्षा लेने वाला है और इस परीक्षा में सफलता के लिए राज्यों का सहयोग बहुत आवश्यक है। इसलिए इस सदन के माध्यम से मैं देश के सभी राज्यों की सरकारों से भी कुछ आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। संकट के समय गरीबों पर, श्रमिकों पर, प्रवासी साथियों पर बहुत बुरा असर पड़ता है। इसलिए पीएम गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना का लाभ समय पर मिलता रहे, ये सुनिश्चित करना होगा। जहां प्रवासी श्रमिक साथी काम करते हैं, उनकी परेशानियों को दूर करने के लिए प्रोएक्टिव कदम उठाए जाएं। ऐसी स्थितियों पर नजर रखने के लिए राज्य सरकारें विशेष व्यवस्थाएं करें तो इससे काफी सुविधा होगी। राज्य सरकारों को एक और चुनौती पर भी बहुत अधिक ध्यान देना होगा। ऐसे समय में कालाबाजारी करने वाले, जमाखोरी करने वाले बहुत एक्टिव हो जाते हैं। जहां से भी ऐसी शिकायतें आती हैं, वहां त्वरित कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जरूरी चीजों की सप्लाई निर्बाध चलती रहे, ये सुनिश्चित करना हर राज्य की प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं सभी राज्य सरकारों से एक अनुरोध और करना चाहता हूं। संकट चाहे कितना भी बड़ा हो, भारत की तेज ग्रोथ बनाए रखना हम सभी का दायित्व है। हमें इसके लिए हर जरूरी कदम, हर जरूरी रिफॉर्म्स तेजी से करते रहने होंगे। ये राज्य सरकारों के पास बहुत बड़ा अवसर भी है। ये टीम इंडिया की भी बहुत बड़ी परीक्षा है। कोरोना के महासंकट में केंद्र और राज्यों ने टीम इंडिया बनकर कोविड मैनेजमेंट का एक बेहतरीन मॉडल सामने रखा था। अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की सरकारें होने के बावजूद टेस्टिंग, वैक्सीनेशन से लेकर जरूरी चीजों की आपूर्ति टीम इंडिया के प्रयासों से ही सुनिश्चित हो पाई थी। हमें उसी भावना के साथ आगे भी काम करना है। सभी राज्य सरकारों और केंद्र सरकार के प्रयासों से देश इस गंभीर वैश्विक संकट का प्रभावी रूप से सामना कर पाएगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। यही हमारी पहचान है, यही हमारी ताकत है। इसी भावना के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The Prime Minister's address in Rajya Sabha, and this concluded the speech on the crisis, the energy crisis, and the Prime Minister was speaking on the measures that are being taken and assuring the farmers of welfare, keeping in mind their interest amid the West Asia war, saying that it's a time, of course, that we should come together, and assuring that the situation will be resolved. He's also pointing out that black markets are being activated right now, and that India's efforts will also be towards somewhere that this is an examination for Team India. He's calling for the country to unite as a team in these testing times, and that's the Prime Minister speaking about the escalation, saying that he has been in touch with West Asian leaders since the war began, and has also discussed about the de-escalation and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, condemning the attack on civilians and energy infrastructure. Also talking about the Indian seafarers who are currently stuck on ships in Hormuz. Let's take a listen in once again.
पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे युद्ध और उससे बनी परिस्थितियों से हम सभी परिचित हैं। मैं आज संसद के उच्च सदन के सामने और देशवासियों के सामने इन विकट परिस्थितियों पर सरकार का पक्ष साझा करने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे इस युद्ध को 3 सप्ताह से अधिक का समय हो चुका है। इस युद्ध ने पूरे विश्व में गंभीर ऊर्जा संकट पैदा कर दिया है। भारत के लिए भी ये स्थिति चिंताजनक है। इस युद्ध से हमारे व्यापार के रास्ते प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। इससे पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर जैसे जरूरी सामान की रूटीन सप्लाई प्रभावित हो रही है। गल्फ देशों में करीब 1 करोड़ भारतीय रहते हैं, वहां काम करते हैं। उनके जीवन और आजीविका की सुरक्षा भी भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता है। हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट में दुनिया के अनेक जहाज फंसे हैं। उनमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय क्रू मेंबर्स हैं। ये भी भारत के लिए एक बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। ऐसी विकट परिस्थिति में आवश्यक है कि भारत की संसद के इस उच्च सदन से शांति और संवाद की एकजुट आवाज पूरे विश्व में जाए।
That was the Prime Minister speaking in the Rajya Sabha over the energy crisis that's been folding and assuring that the situation will be resolved. He's also talking about the farmers, talking about the seafarers, the Indian seafarers that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, and a warning of black marketeering as well. and he's saying that India will continue to be resilient in such times. Harsha joins us for more. Harsha, well, the Prime Minister has spoken about a host of issues ever since the war has broken out, and more importantly, he has assured that India needs to work as a team. He's referred to the country as Team India.
Yes, Rakshita, and PM spoke everything about how unity matters most in this time of crisis. The entire world is facing the global crisis. It's not only about the India, but other countries also have been facing the energy crisis, the petrol, LPG, crude and fertilizer, farmers issue. Each and every country is also facing it. But the positive side which India has is that we already have a reserve of 53 metric tons, and not only this, to ignore the domestic requirement of LPG is intact in our country. There's no issue in the domestic, only this coordination between the state and the center is what is needed right now. The Prime Minister has been focusing on that. Prime Minister earlier also stated that the way the hoarding is coming up and the queues and the people are rushing towards the distributors, it's not required at this time. And the state has to ensure that. Also, Prime Minister spoke about how much we are right now importing from Iran, but not only Iran. Now we have mobilized and we have diverted also our import from different sector about the LPG, crude and the crisis in this crisis situation. And India is also adopting several measures, Rakshita, to ensure that in this time of global crisis, what could be the long-term solution, because no one knows till how long the conflict will go on, and it has impacted not only on the petroleum and energy resources, but also it has heavily impacted the aviation sector, the farmer sector, the fertilizer sector. Most of the sectors are being impacted about this war. And what opposition was saying, that what is India's stand? And Prime Minister yesterday and today also has cleared that India's stand is diplomacy and dialogue. No war can be sought with war and with weapons. Every war has to be sought with the talk, with the diplomacy and with the dialogue level between both the countries. And that what India has been putting emphasis on. And also he spoke that what till now the interministerial committee has been formed, and not only one ministry, but also in this committee, the shipping, MEA, ports, petroleum, natural gas, all the industries are intact together with each other. The safety of Indians is topmost priority, safeguarding the interest of the Indians. And till now, 1,000 students have been rescued and evacuated from the Gulf countries. And also the students who are stuck there, the 24/7, there's a monitoring center, there's a control center. The Indian government is in touch with the people who are, if right now, are stuck in the Gulf countries. Therefore, it's being stated that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi is continuously putting emphasis on the situation of global crisis and the measures which country has adopted. Back to you.
Coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we should slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, viewers, we continue to get you what's happening in Manipur. There's fresh violence that has broken out. Cross-firing reported between Kuki groups and the Tangkul Naga groups in the Kamjong district. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा हूं तुमको नहीं का तुम तो करा जी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा MDH केसरिया
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
Welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and just moments from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Rajya Sabha floor. He in fact highlighted India's strategies going forward over its energy security as the West Asia tensions escalate. We'll get you all the details from his addressal, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says the government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for the upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given just 8. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between the Kuki and Tangkul Naga groups in Kamjong district. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs a high-level meeting on the evolving situation in West Asia and India's readiness. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. We're getting in a fresh breaking development at this hour. At least 2 Indian LPG carriers have now passed through the Strait of Hormuz, the contentious strait that continues to be in the middle of the escalating West Asia tensions. Now, these two are called Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas, carrying about 92,600 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. They have successfully transited through the contentious Strait of Hormuz. These vessels have 33 and 27 Indian farers on board each. Now remember, Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas, 2 Indian LPG carriers have now crossed the Strait of Hormuz safely. One is carrying about 33 Indian seafarers and the other one 27 Indians. Together, these 2 vessels are carrying about 92,000 metric tons of LPG. Now, these vessels are destined for India and are likely to reach the ports between 26th and 28th of March. Now, according to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, these 2 Indian LPG carriers, Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas, have now transited through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the latest that we're getting in. The vessels are destined for India, likely to reach our ports, our waters, by the 26th and the 28th of March. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Hina from the newsroom to get us more updates. Hina, speak to us. This is yet another win. India's energy security is eyeing this for so long. Meanwhile, as you know, our vessels continue to remain on standby in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 more have transited through the Strait of Hormuz.
Absolutely, Gesu. This is a great news for India as we here in India continue to battle the crisis that we are facing, looming in the face of the West Asia war. But this is going to be a very good move here as these 2 Indian vessels are going to arrive in India soon. Now, remember these 2 vessels, we're talking about Jag, Vasant and Pine Gas. They carry more than 92,000 metric tons of LPG, which is going to ease the cooking gas crisis in India. Now, remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Lok Sabha yesterday and today in Rajya Sabha assured the citizens of the country that we do not have any sort of shortage of LPG gas as of now, but this is going to be a ease for the cooking gas crisis here in India in the coming days. For the short term, we do not have any crisis, but if this war prolongs in the near future, then of course we will face an issue here. So it's a good news. Now, remember, these two vessels that we're talking about carrying LPG, on one of the vessels we have 27 Indian seafarers, and on the other one we have 33 Indian seafarers. So they'll be arriving here between 26th of March to 28th of March, in fact. So a good news here, and carrying about 92,000 metric tons of LPG gas. So it's going to give a huge relief here in India amid the cooking gas crisis that we will face if this war in West Asia prolongs.
Right, Hina. Thanks very much for joining in with those details, and indeed a great news for India's energy security sector. Now, viewers, shifting focus, a great impact that has come through of Republic Kannada's exclusive reportage in Yelahanka in Bengaluru, where a go-down responsible for storing gas cylinders has now been sealed over reports of illegal hoarding. Now, even political links in this entire case have come out. Now, remember, Republic Kannada was the first channel to bring out the details of this hoarding racket that was ongoing in Yelahanka, a renowned area in Bengaluru in Karnataka. Now, today the authorities have taken full action to seal the premises of the Yelahanka go-down that stores gas cylinders. And this comes as the officials from the food department carried out seizures in the presence of Yelahanka New Town police. Now, this swift action highlights the immediate response that followed Republic Kannada's reports of hoarding of LPG cylinders amid the ongoing crisis that looms large, not just in India but globally. And as that is happening in Yelahanka in Bengaluru, Republic Kannada was the first channel to bring out an entire story related to hoarding of LPG cylinders. In fact, joining me live is my colleague Abhishek, who comes to us straight from Bengaluru to get us more updates. Abhishek, speak to us about this entire racket that was first unearthed by Republic Kannada and now action has followed through.
I mean, it's an ongoing crisis between Israel and Iran. We have severely faced the shortage of the commercial cylinders, not only in the city of Bengaluru, but throughout the country, after which the union government and the state government mentioned the fact that none of the distributors of the gas should illegally withhold of the cylinders which are meant to be for the domestic usage. On the other hand, they had also directed all the agencies that the commercial cylinders will have to be kept only on reserve for the medical emergencies and the hospitals. And if there is any otherwise storage without the interference of the food department, there will be a severe action against the agencies. Despite giving several other warnings, a person in Yelahanka, a gas agency in Yelahanka, have stored more than 200 to 300 cylinders which belong to the commercial and the domestic wings. When the localites complained to the food department, the officials from the food department, however, visited the spot and had a conversation with the agency, the persons from the agency. And also, when the public intervened with the food department officials, questioning why these cylinders have not been seized by the food department officials, the reason that the food officials gave is quite embarrassing to the government, because the official mentioned the fact that the food minister K.H. Muniappa on the telephone had mentioned not to take any action against that particular agency, as it is a known agency to him. This verbal battle or this conversation has already been recorded on the visual, and the officer has very clearly mentioned the name of K.H. Muniappa, who is the food minister. After the Republic Kannada unearthed this scam or illegal holding of the commercial cylinder, the food safety officers along with the Yelahanka police have visited the spot, have sealed the spot and have taken into custody the premises as of now. When we also tried to confront K.H. Muniappa, the food minister, he clearly mentions the fact that he hasn't telephoned any officer to not initiate any action against the person who is holding the cylinders in an illegal place or a place which is not meant to be for the withholding of the cylinder. And we are awaiting the response from the Commissioner of the Food Safety Department as of now with respect to the same issue.
In fact, also speak to us about the state action that has, been following through since the shortage first began. Also the fact that people people on one hand are, yearning for LPG cylinders. They are waiting in long queues, looking for a refill, and by the side, a racket of this intensity that has been nabbed. And Republic Kannada, of course, was fronting this entire story. They were the first ones to completely bring the story out of the wraps to the attention of the Yelahanka New Town Police, in fact.
As soon as the people got to know that there is a severe shortage of the commercial cylinder, a couple of hotels around the city, Bengaluru, closed down. They started using wood fire, they started using charcoal, they started closing down the hotels due to non-supply of the commercial cylinders, which also, in fact, gave in a chance to people lining up in front of the agencies to secure a cylinder for their domestic use. On the other hand, some of the people who aren't allowed to carry on the business of the sale of the commercial cylinders and the domestic cylinders have started using the same technique. You have started using the urgency or the emergency situation to mint money in the black market. A commercial cylinder which is worth of 2,000 have started selling at around 5,000 to 6,000, and also people have started selling their domestic cylinders to other persons in the black market. And after which the government also mentioned, if at all any person is trying to sell any cylinder in the black market, there will be a severe action initiated against them, not only by the government but also by the police department. After which Republic Kannada raided many places where more than 200 cylinders in various other locations were unearthed by the Republic team, where this visual of the Republic Kannada coverage was used by the Food and Civil Supplies Department to initiate a raid against these persons who were withholding the LPG cylinders. And also some of the cases have been registered based on the Republic Kannada's report. And also we shouldn't forget the fact that the Food and Civil Supplies Department have kept a close watch along with the Bengaluru City Police on people who are trying to create a negative demand, people who are trying to sell off the commercial cylinders. And not only this, but also one such impact of the Republic Kannada's investigative journalism is that the people who had informed Republic Kannada that there is something happening illegally in Yelahanka, this led to the report in the Republic Kannada, and after which the Food and Civil Supplies officials along with the Yelahanka Police Department raided the place, secured the place, took into custody all the cylinders which have been placed in an unknown spot or undisputed place which was not meant to store the cylinders. We are also awaiting the response of the owner of the agency, because he mentions the fact that he has another version as to why those cylinders were kept there. K.H. Muniappa, the food minister, has said he hadn't influenced any officer not to initiate any action. However, the responsible person from the Food and Civil Supplies Department, the commissioner, is remaining numb as of now, not to react on any issues. We have to look into the further matter if there is going to be any reaction from the department in the next couple of hours. Gesu.
Right, Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us the details of the story. Now, viewers, in an exclusive sting operation, Republic Kannada was present at this Yelahanka New Town go-down, where multiple rackets of hoarding have been busted by the police. Now, remember, while the raid was ongoing, people around who were waiting, yearning for gas cylinders, a second refill of their LPG in the mid of the crisis, were questioning the police over the hoarding racket and why wasn't this taken stock of before people lost onto their cylinders. And one of the police personnel from the Karnataka police is heard taking K.H. Muniappa's name, the minister responsible for food and for civil supplies, who is also at the helm of the gas operations in Karnataka at the time of shortages. And he says that that minister took the power from the police away and was also probably responsible for the hoarding that was ongoing. Take a listen in to this.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ,
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಂಟಕಂತೂ ಏನೋ ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು, ಬಿಸಿಲು, ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಯಾರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟವ್ರಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ರೀ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪೇ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಆ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು
ಅಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್,
ನೀವೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಿರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆದಂಡ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೇಲ್ನವರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು
ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನಂತ?
ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ.
ಏನು
ಬೀಗ ತಗ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ
ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಇವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರ?
ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೈದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನಾನು? ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತಷ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರಂತೆ
ಯಾರು
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೇನಪ್ಪ ಅವತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು? ಇವರು ಕೆ ಎಚ್ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪರ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಫೋನ್ನ ಅವರೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಜೇಡಿಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಂತವರು. ಬಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ. ಅದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಆಯ್ತು ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗಲಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಅದು
ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ.
Viewers, now a Colombian military plane crashed as it was about to take off. At least 66 people have been killed in an incident that took place on Monday. In fact, search operations continue for at least 4 people who continue to remain missing as part of the accident. Now remember, the flight was about to take off. This military plane that was loaded with ammunition that went off just when the takeoff was supposed to happen. Here's more on that story. Take a look.
A military cargo plane crashed shortly after taking off Monday in southwestern Colombia. The crash left at least 66 people killed, whereas searches are underway for 4 more. Dozens of survivors were rescued and sent to nearby hospitals. Massive amounts of smoke were seen from the site of the plane crash as locals and officials rushed to the site to clear the wreckage and rescue survivors. Images showed emergency workers and other people surrounding the plane and trying to rescue the passengers as smoke rose into the air. The Colombian Air Force's Hercules C-130 plane was carrying 128 people, including 11 Air Force members, 115 Army personnel, and 2 national police officers. Commander of the Colombian Air Force, General Carlos Fernando Silva Rueda, stated that the Navy's timely intervention helped rescue many of the injured.
Tuvimos la oportuna intervención de nuestra Armada Nacional, que tiene una base en Puerto Leguízamo, para llegar de inmediato al sitio y empezar la labor de rescate.
Meanwhile, the streets around Bogota's Central Military Hospital were cleared as the military personnel injured from the crash were brought in by scores of ambulances. As per Defense Minister Pedro Sanchez, the accident occurred as the plane was taking off from an airport at a town in southern Colombia.
De igual manera hemos enviado un equipo investigador para empezar a determinar cuáles son las causas de este siniestro. En este momento no conocemos detalles, salvo que tan pronto despegó la aeronave, sufrió algún problema y se precipitó a tierra más o menos a un par de kilómetros desde el aeropuerto.
According to a firefighter from the scene, the plane was believed to have suffered an impact near the end of the runway, with a wing of the plane later clipping a tree as it was plummeting. The crash caused the plane to catch fire and detonate some sort of explosive devices on board, as per the firefighter, who was one of the first responders on the scene. Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, described the crash as a horrific accident that should never have happened.
Viewers, the war in West Asia is not being fought in a linear direction. Now, Israel is also fighting proxies like Hezbollah amid the war based out of southern Lebanon. Now, US's Secretary General spokesperson Antonio Guterres has said that he has demanded for de-escalation amid Israeli and Hezbollah forces, saying that there are more and more reports emerging of firing and destruction on both sides of the blue line. Take a look at this.
I can tell you that we also remain deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas, particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Naqoura, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by ammunition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
Shifting focus to a fresh breaking development that we're getting in. At least 3 senior Israeli officials have said that US President Donald Trump is showing strong determination to secure a deal with Iran. 25 days of the ongoing war, and now Israeli officials say that Trump is finally coming down to form a deal with Iran amid the war. Now, President Donald Trump, as per the Israeli officials, appears to be determined to reach a deal with Iran aimed at ending hostilities in West Asia. That's as per 3 senior Israeli officials. Now, they've also said that, speaking on the condition of anonymity, they have viewed it as unlikely that Iran will agree to US demands in any new round of negotiations. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, also remember, this comes after Mujtaba Khamenei, reports suggest, is also down for peace talks with the United States. Now, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Hina from the newsroom to get us more updates. Hina, speak to us about the deal that's been, that's expected to be brokered between the US and Iran. Also comes at the heels of Mujtaba Khamenei, as per reports, being down for talks with the United States. Hina.
Absolutely, Gesu. These are the new reports that we are fetching, where 3 Israeli officials, in fact, have reportedly said that Trump is determined to secure a deal with Iran. Now, remember, this comes right after multiple reports, in fact, citing Israeli media, saying that Mujtaba Ali Khamenei has, in fact, agreed to negotiations with Donald Trump to, in fact, achieve peace and negotiation in the West Asia war. So, Gesu, this is a big breakthrough if the talks continue to happen. Now, remember, these reports also citing a conversation which reportedly happened between Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Steve Witkoff. So multiple reports coming in. We have already earlier seen that talks were also expected to take place in Islamabad between Iranian officials and Steve Witkoff and other US officials as well. So different sort of reports coming in. But remember, Iran continues with the stand that no negotiations and, in fact, no talks have taken place in the past 24 hours, even after Donald Trump claims that he has, in fact, come to a major agreement with Iran in the West Asia war. But Iran has a position saying that no talks and no negotiations related to any sort of potential ceasefire has, in fact, taken place in the past 24 hours. And, in fact, talking about US using the statements as a smokescreen to, in fact, continue to reposition its military assets in the region. Now, remember, Gesu, this comes right after multiple reports of US reinforcing its assets in the Middle East region. We have seen reports of 4,500 troops being deployed in the Middle East, multiple warships also now deployed in the Middle East, various equipment. We're talking about armored vehicles, battalions being deployed. So, of course, something big can come up. And with Donald Trump, nobody knows. He's unpredictable. So of course, we are seeing reports as to what the post-war situation will also look like. But if the talks did happen between Abbas Araghchi and Steve Witkoff, it still remains to be seen. Gesu.
Right, Hina. Thanks for getting us those details and a full roundup of the situation so far. For now, we were shifting focus. Now, even as the UN is urging de-escalation between Israel and Hezbollah, the latest breaking development that we're getting at this hour is that the Israeli Defense Forces have struck multiple Hezbollah headquarters across Lebanon, especially in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, in overnight strikes. Now, these strikes were conducted in Beirut, where several Hezbollah headquarters were targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, including a key headquarter of Hezbollah's Radwan force, from which multiple missiles and terrorist operations are advanced and executed. In fact, Israeli Defense Forces have said that this base was used to execute terror attacks against Israeli Defense Forces and their soldiers and Israeli civilians. Additionally, the Israeli Defense Forces has also struck a headquarter of the Hezbollah's intelligence directorate. That's the latest that we're learning in. While the United Nations continue to demand de-escalation between Israel and the proxy force Hezbollah inside Lebanon, the Israeli Defense Forces in overnight strikes have yet again struck plethora of Hezbollah targets, including their intelligence headquarters, their Radwan force headquarters. Now, they've said that these headquarters were used by terrorist operatives to advance and execute terror attacks against the soldiers and civilians of Israel. That's what the Israeli Defense Forces have claimed. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where we bring you how an Iranian missile attack on Tel Aviv has resulted in a massive crater in the road. And this is not the first incident. We're getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा हूं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं का तुम तो करा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Raksha Mishra with you. Let's get you all the latest updates that we're getting in on Republic TV. Time for a quick check of the headlines.
भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है.
Prime Minister Modi addresses the Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says the government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involves high-level political shielding. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for the upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given 8. Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and Tangkul Naga groups in Kamjong district. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairs high-level meeting on the evolving situation in West Asia. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93 rupees 71 paise against the US dollar in early trade. And we have breaking news coming in the Lands for Job case. There is relief coming in for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav, the former Bihar Chief Minister. Delhi High Court has refused, it is a refusal of relief. There is no relief, in fact, I stand corrected. Delhi High Court has refused to grant relief to RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav in the Land for Job scam case. Now, the court did not quash the CBI FIR. Now, this means that there is no relief for him. Investigation in the Land for Jobs case, Land for Jobs scam will continue. This is when he was the railway minister. And Delhi High Court rejects Lalu Yadav's plea to quash Land for Jobs case. And the Delhi High Court dismissed the plea by Lalu and the Union Railways Minister. He was the former Union Railways Minister, Lalu Prasad Yadav, to quash the Land for Railways Jobs case against him and several of his family members. So there were his family members who were named in this case, and the Land for Jobs scam is now was in court today in the Delhi High Court, and the court has rejected his plea for relief in this case. So no relief for RJD's Lalu Prasad Yadav in the Land for Job case. The plea is filed by him. It's been rejected by the Delhi High Court, and this is a setback for Lalu Prasad Yadav. He was the Union Railway Minister in 2004 to 2009, providing Group D railway jobs to individuals in exchange for land parcels transferred to his family members and associates. That's the allegation against him. Those are the charges against him, and there's no relief for him. Sarthak joins us live on the broadcast for more. Sarthak, tell us more details about what happened in the court as it has denied relief to Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Today, the Delhi High Court has rejected Lalu Prasad Yadav's plea, and the court said that the plea had no merit. So there was basically no strong legal basis in his argument. The case against him, therefore, what we know of as at this point is the case against him will continue. This plea that was filed by Lalu Prasad Yadav, what he wanted from the court was to cancel the FIR that was filed by CBI against him, and to cancel all the charge sheets that were put on record by CBI in the court, and to cancel the trial court's order that was allowed in which the case was supposed to be proceeded against him. The case is related to the land for job scam apparently, and the allegations upon him that people were given jobs, people were given railway jobs, and in return they allegedly gave land to Lalu Yadav's family at a cheaper rate. So in this particular case, what the major arguments that were given by Lalu Prasad Yadav was that the CBI did not take proper approval or proper sanction before filing the case. Apparently, this case was filed under Section 17A of Prevention of Corruption Act, and such approval is required before investigating a public servant. What we know of at this point that the court did not really agree with this argument, and the court did not find any legal law or any legal law that was presented as an argument before the court to be serious enough to cancel the case. The High Court had refused to stop the trial, and the Supreme Court of India also supported that decision. So it seems like this is another setback for Lalu Yadav. And what is likely to happen next is the trial in the lower court will continue, and the evidences and the witnesses will be examined. So at this point, what we know of, there is no relief for Lalu Yadav at this stage.
All right, many thanks, Sarthak, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Because in fact, we have now some breaking news coming in right now, and this is in fact good news that is coming in. Two Indian carriers, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, have now passed through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are going to reach India between the 26th and 28th of March. Two Indian LPG carriers. They are carriers of LPG. Navy is escorting those two tankers, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas. LPG tankers are en route to India. They've passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So this could provide some relief for the LPG crisis, the cooking gas crisis in the country. Pine Gas LPG carrier, the Jag Vasant carrier, both carrying LPG, escorted by the Indian Navy, could be reaching around between 26th to 28th of March. So that's good news coming in. The two tankers have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the visuals coming in on your screens. There are 60 Indian farers in total in these two LPG vessels, in these two vessels that are carrying LPG. And that's an update we're getting in right now. They are carrying 92,612.59. That's the unit for LPG, and they have 33 vessels on board, 33 plus 27 Indian seafarers on board, destined for India, likely to reach ports between 26th and 28th of March. This according to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So that's the breaking news we have right now. 92,612.59 metric tons of LPG, and that's the update we are getting in on Republic TV. We'll also show you those visuals that have been captured on camera of that ship. Those two ships, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, they are being escorted by the Navy. And that, of course, again shows that that Indian ships are being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And as has been assured by the government of India as well, that this crisis is being fought through, and at the diplomatic levels, talks have been going on. The Prime Minister also said that he's in touch with West Asia leaders, especially regarding what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz, and that there have been there are many Indian seafarers that are stuck. So that's the breaking news we have right now. That's these are two tankers. You can see visuals exclusively on Republic TV. You can see those. This is of course very important for India to secure its energy needs, and this is a visual from the Strait of Hormuz. It sets a proof of how the ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are being allowed to pass through. Navy is escorting them so that they are secure. And LPG tankers, there are two LPG tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are heading to Indian ports. And that's, of course, a big, sort of a relief. That is indeed a relief for India that's battling through the LPG crisis. So that's the video of that that is coming in right now. The Indian seafarers, 33 plus 27 of them, at least 60 of them coming in. All right, viewers. Now we have some big update coming in from Gujarat. Now, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has tabled the Uniform Civil Code Bill in the Vidhan Sabha. And that's an update coming in, a very important update coming in. Gujarat CM now tables the UCC bill in the Gujarat Assembly in the Vidhan Sabha. So there has been, of course, a lot of ruckus also in the Vidhan Sabha and the Gujarat Assembly on other issues, but Gujarat's UCC bill was in the works, and proposing common legal framework for marriage. And this is the update we have right now. Gujarat Chief Minister tabling the bill. Like Uttarakhand, we've seen it's drawing largely from Uttarakhand UCC Act, seeking to standardize the personal laws of various communities. Gujarat government introducing the Gujarat Uniform Civil Code 2026 bill. It has been tabled now, proposing a comprehensive legal framework to govern marriage, divorce, succession, live-in relationships across communities in the state with certain exemptions. And we saw that how just a few days back the Gujarat cabinet had ratified the draft UCC bill, forwarded to the Assembly Secretariat, and now it's been tabled by the Chief Minister in the ongoing session for approval. So Gujarat going the Uttarakhand way. The UCC is an act now. It's in Uttarakhand, and now Gujarat is looking for the same. Try and get you more details on that, but in the meantime we'll get you other stories that are coming in and more breaking developments coming in. All right, now there's news coming in from the war zone, viewers. This is Iran-backed militiamen have been killed in an Iraqi strike, and that's what we're breaking in right now. Iraq's Popular Mobilization Force, a coalition of militias backed by Iran, says that 15 militiamen were killed in an airstrike in western Iraq. So this is not an Iraqi strike, an airstrike that has happened in Iraq. And the dead include Saad Dawaj al-Baiji, who commands the PMF. So airstrikes have been conducted in western Iraq, and 15 Iran-backed militiamen have been killed there. Let me just clarify that. And the PMF, the Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, that's backed by Iran, blamed the United States for the strike, which hit the coalition's command headquarters in Anbar. And Saad Dawai al-Baiji, who's been commanding the operations in Anbar, has also been killed. Now, the PMF was formed to fight this Islamic State group and is formally under the control of the Iraqi army, but it, in practice, still operates with significant autonomy, what we know. All right, shifting focus back home in India. Now, Manipur continues to be on the edge. There's fresh violence that has been reported. Cross-firing has been reported between Kuki groups and Tangkul Naga groups. Now, this happened in the Kamjong district. The escalation followed between, there have been a series of attacks we've seen for the past few days. We'll get you more in this report.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukrul district of Manipur. Ukrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Now, viewers, news coming in on the talks that Trump is really wanting to have with Iran. 3 Israeli senior leaders have said that Trump wants to secure a deal with Iran, and that's the update we are getting in right now. In fact, the Israeli officials also say they've spoken to Reuters news agency, and they say that Trump wants to reach a deal with Iran, but it's unlikely that it will agree to his demands. So there you have, there is awareness that it's not going to be easy with Iran. Trump is pushing hard, and that's what being told by the Israeli officials, but that they might not agree to his demands. So that's, of course, again, not so good news for United States and Israel both. Now, viewers, we've seen how Israeli Defense Forces have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, especially southern Lebanon, to target the Hezbollah. And now Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, has said that he has called for talks between Israel and the Lebanese group, the Hezbollah, and is called for the de-escalation as to what's happening in Lebanon. Here's more on that.
I can tell you that we also remained deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas, particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Nukora, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by munition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
And viewers, big win for the security forces coming in the fight against white terror. Now, Odisha's most wanted Maoist, Sukru, has surrendered. Now, just days after Odisha's most wanted Maoist leader, Sukru, allegedly orchestrated the murder of fellow senior cadre on ways to prevent his surrender, he has now surrendered. Now, Odisha's most wanted Maoist leader, Sukru, is a native of Malkangiri district, and he currently commands a group of around 13 Maoists, mostly from Chhattisgarh, and they're operating in Kandhamal. And now he has finally surrendered, despite and after escaping that, trying to dodge, is now finally surrendered. All right, so this is, of course, a major setback for the Maoists and a big win for the security forces. And this, of course, has been one of the most important targets for the security forces. Now, what Trump yesterday announced about halting the hostilities for 5 days could have come as a good news for many. But the question remains, is the war really over? Is Trump just buying time, or there is something behind it? Is it just deception? What is behind Trump's move? Is this war going to end? Is it a sign of de-escalation? Major General G.D. Bakshi, a defense expert, tells you more.
Is this the end of the war? I would like to believe so, sincerely like to believe so. Every day that this war lasts will create a disaster for the global economy. A disaster for the global economy. But if there has been a genuine change of heart in Donald Trump, if for once he's started listening to his military advisors and his intelligence czars who are resigning, Joe Kent and the head of the national intelligence, they've all resigned. Because he says Donald Trump doesn't like to, he finds intelligence briefings inconvenient. If he started listening to them, excellent. It is great for the world. It is great for my country. Because some of the countries that are going to suffer the most from this war and its long-lasting effects are going to be India, Japan, South Korea, Europe. These are the countries that are going to suffer the most. Who have gained? Russia, China, right? And we are going to be one of the worst sufferers of this war, thanks to Donald Trump, who calls himself a friend of India. And ever since the new ambassador has come, we are supposed to have become the best of friends, regardless of whatever they did to us over the last 2, 3, 4 years. The simple fact is, if this is true, it is the best news I have heard in years. And I can only say, thank God. But single event predictions are very difficult to make. You have to go by patterns of the past. What do the patterns of the past say? Last year, June 2025, 12-day war, Donald Trump started negotiations. Before they were over, he attacked. He just used negotiations as a ruse, a bloody ploy to get his forces and to strike. He was most insincere about peace, about giving a genuine chance to peace and about negotiation. He had made up his mind to attack. This year, for the second time, he did it to the Iranians. They were so sure that he would, that he also wanted an off-ramp. They were so relieved. Poor fellows, they were so relieved that there would be no war. But Donald Trump wants wars. He's not satisfied with one. This war is not bloody well over. He is planning to shift to Cuba. Why? Because to get the Iran embarrassment off the headlines, he will have to attack Cuba. Epstein, otherwise he goes back to Epstein. It is extremely wrong for a president to get involved in deception operations, to be the mouthpiece of deception, right? Because then your words count for nothing. Nobody will trust Donald Trump again. Not in a month of Sundays. Right? Your credibility you have eroded yourself by being your chief deception spokesman. Right? So, though I'm extremely happy, I'd like to believe it, and I sincerely hope it is true for the sake of the world, for the sake of Asia, for the sake of my country, right? I'll have to wait, we'll have to wait and watch. I would tell the Iranians, don't, there are things that we like to believe. When you are under emotional stress and pressure and some good news comes, you would like to believe it. I mean, that is psychology. But you've been fooled twice. Don't get fooled a third time. He wants a ceasefire, he wants an off-ramp. Well, that's nice, good for him. Der aaye, durust aaye. But, if I was you, I would never take my eye off the military angle, right? The news in the American media is that the Tripoli task force and the Boxer task force of Marine that is coming, they want 1 month of bombing before they go in. They done 48 days of bombing before they went into Iraq. Now from where will you do this bombing, sir? Excuse me, if the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, if the massive Nimitz class Abraham Lincoln could not, had to run out of the Gulf of Hormuz and run out of the Mediterranean Sea, go back licking their wounds, you expect these small carriers, Tripoli and Boxer, etc., to get into the Gulf and bomb the hell out of Iran, huh? They had a much bigger contingent of F-35s. Your VTLs won't make a difference. And if you want to launch your marine assault boats, you'll have to get closer. That means getting into the Gulf. That means getting into the Gulf, which is a death trap for any large size ship. Death trap. And you might end up losing Tripoli, you might end up losing Boxer. So if you have called it off, you have just been prudent and sensible. Please stick to it. Let God give you that, inspiration to stop doing stupid things, to not reinforce a failure. Don't reinforce a failure. Your military experts have told you this is a high risk, high payoff gamble. So Donald Trump has gambled on the lives of the creme de la creme of the American military. He is prepared to gamble on the special forces. He is prepared to gamble on the lives of the Marines. They are some of the top American military professionals. I don't think you should hold their lives so cheap. Any commander-in-chief, before he commits troops to battle, has to be very sure of what are the chances of pulling off that mission, achieving the objectives set. If the experts are saying 90% chance of failure and you still do it, I'm sorry, you give a message. I don't give a damn about the lives of my troops. The Epstein class and the working class, you don't care. Sir, that is an extremely dangerous message to send to the people who are laying their lives on the line, not for you, for their country. Not for you, for their country. And I'm sorry, anybody who has not been in combat doesn't have the moral right to play with the lives of his soldiers. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
It's been a short break, viewers, but on the other side, we get you the exclusive sting operation by Republic Canada exposing the massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, allegedly involving high-level political shielding.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू।
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा।
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा है।
भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses Rajya Sabha on the escalating West Asia war, says government is committed to prioritizing the safety of Indians. 2 more LPG tankers along with 60 seafarers of India passed through this Hormuz and are now being escorted by the Indian Navy as they head to Indian waters, Indian ports. After Republic, Kannada exposes massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, officials take swift action and seal the godown where the cylinders were stored. DMK finalizes seat-sharing deal with its allies for upcoming Tamil Nadu polls. Congress gets 28 seats, whereas VCK given 8. Manipur continues to remain on edge. Fresh cross-firing reported between Kuki and Tangkul Naga groups in Kamjong district. As Indian markets recover, rupee falls 18 paise to 93.71 against the US dollar in early trade. A very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. News coming in from Jammu and Kashmir viewers now. After the meeting that was held by the Union Home Secretary, Jammu Kashmir Police has intensified Operation Sweep along the international border. Now, areas prone to infiltration along Indo-Pakistan international border has been scanned thoroughly. And Home Secretary Govind Mohan in yesterday's meeting had given directions to intensify the operations to rule out possibility of Pahalgam-like attack. Police is carrying out searches in the areas where terrorists have infiltrated and in the past or history of being used as infiltration route. And the tunnels along the international border are also being searched by Jawans of Jammu Kashmir. This is the update we are getting in right now. We are getting reports from Akhnur along the Indo-Pakistan border as well. And what we understand is that there could have been some inputs, and that's why the security situation has been reviewed by the Union Home Secretary as well. And Operation Sweep. These are visuals from Akhnur of Jammu Kashmir and along the international border. You can see the operation that is continued, that's been carried out. My colleague Kusimran Singh has filed this report from Ground Zero. Take a look.
Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan held a high-level security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir, and clear directions have been passed to go all out against the Pakistani terrorists. Right now we are reporting from the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu, where the security forces have launched a massive crackdown on the traditional infiltration routes. Here you will see that the Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the officials, they are searching these entire areas, especially the areas that are prone to the tunnels that might have been digged by the Pakistani terrorists, that are thoroughly being searched here by the troops of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Here you will see that how these areas that can be a potential route, because in the past also they have been used in such a manner by the terrorists, that terrorists, those who infiltrate from the Pakistan, they come up to this area and then they carry out the terror attacks. In yesterday's meeting, it was a clear direction that was given by the Union Home Secretary that the forces need to ensure that there is no incident like it has happened in the Pulwama, and they have to go all out. Here you are seeing that in this forested area, how the security forces are going all out. The senior officials are also on the ground, and they are trying to ensure that every nook and the corner that is here on the international border is thoroughly searched, because this area has seen multiple such incidents where the Pakistani terrorists, after sneaking from the border, they enter this very area, and here the grown thick vegetations that are all along this very area, this becomes a major threat for the security forces also, because this kind of a habitation, the vegetation that is here, this provides a natural support to the terrorists, and that is why we are witnessing that around the clock march, a search is underway here in the border area of Jammu. This is along the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu, where these massive searches are underway. The clear directives that have been given by the top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir police that leave nothing at chance. This is part of the operation sweep that has been launched by the police, and this is to ensure that they sweep all those areas where the terrorist presence was there. There have been instances, and now you will see that how in these dense forests the police troops are marching. They are marching from every nook and corner. They want to ensure that everything is thoroughly searched, because see, what happened that in these areas that have been abandoned for long, this becomes one of those areas where the terrorists can come after infiltration, then they can go carry out attacks. But these security forces are ensuring that every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists are foiled well within time. With Ashu, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And now fresh visuals coming in from the IDF activity of the Mountains Brigade in southern Lebanon. Now it's locating a tunnel shaft and destroying a Hezbollah terrorist organization weapons compound. Troops of the Mountains Brigade 810 under the command of Division 210 are operating in the Lebanese section of the Mount Dova area as part of the forward defensive post. And during a targeted operation, IDF troops located a Hezbollah tunnel shaft. In an additional operation, the troops destroyed a Hezbollah weapons compound, and the IDF is operating decisively against the Hezbollah terrorist organization. I'm just quoting from what IDF has said. And it is acting against Hezbollah in response to its, what it says, deliberate decision to attack Israel on behalf of the Iranian regime. IDF says it acts to remove threats to civilians of the state of Israel. So this is a video that has been now accessed by Republic TV, and IDF troops released this video of its operations in Lebanon, and IDF troops releasing video of operations in Mount Dova in Lebanon. Now, shifting focus back home, it's news coming in from Bengaluru. 27-year-old man was brutally killed in the early hours of Sunday near Bhovi colony in Bengaluru by two people, allegedly following an altercation over money dispute. Take a look at this report to know more.
A brutal murder in public spaces. Horror captured on CCTV. A 27-year-old man was hacked to death by two accused in public light. Kiran, the deceased, can be seen lying on the ground. The two accused, Yuvraj and Kangaraju, can be seen picking up a car's jack rod and beating Kiran multiple times in a fit of rage. The gruesome act was captured on camera. After receiving multiple blows from the two accused, the deceased victim can be seen lying on the ground helpless, unable to move. Shortly after the assault, the victim Kiran succumbed to his injuries. The BJP has launched an attack against the ruling Congress government over the alleged law and order deterioration in the state.
Congress has destroyed brand Karnataka and brand Bengaluru. A shocking murder that has taken place in full public view, brutally killing a young man, and that too without any fear of law. And despite the person dying, the attack continued. Such is the brazenness, such is the fearlessness of the law, because they know that the Congress government has completely failed in law and order.
The two accused, after killing Karan, fled the scene in the same auto they arrived in. But the police were able to track the accused with the help of a tip-off. Both accused were nabbed within 6 hours of the crime. 28-year-old Yuvraj, one of the accused, was an auto driver. The other accused and a friend of Yuvraj, a 26-year-old Gangaraj, was a store executive at an online grocery firm.
Also been informed that there is a continued process of investigation to establish a connection between the persons who has been taken into custody and Kiran, who has been hacked to death. The family of Kiran has been connected with the police department. They have been contacted as of now to make sure if Kiran knew these people previously. Was this a murder due to any personal glitch? Was this a murder due to any financial gain? Was this a murder due to any unsettled disputes from the past? This point of time, since the investigation is on the go, DCP of the East Division in Bengaluru has mentioned that further investigations will be continued, and all the evidences and the proofs against this particular persons who are involved in the murder of Kiran have been collected, and this will be an ongoing process.
Preliminary investigations suggest Kiran, the deceased, was unemployed.
Meanwhile, Manipur continues to be on edge. Fresh cross-firing has been reported between Kuki and the Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. In fact, the escalation between the two communities follows a series of attacks and retaliation since the past few weeks now. Take a look at this report from ground.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukrul district of Manipur. Ukrul and Kamjong districts are two adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Now, viewers, there is breaking news coming in. Now, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is reacting to Supreme Court's observation on conversion and caste. Now, on the Supreme Court's decision over conversion ending Supreme Court status, Muhammad Suleiman, who's the founding member of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, has called the decision of the Supreme Court discriminatory. Now, viewers, what has happened is that the Supreme Court concluded that only Hindus, Sikhs, and that the Supreme Court found that conversion to any religion is not specified in the Clause 3 of the 1950 order by a scheduled caste member would lead to the loss of the reserved category status. So that is why that there's a problem now. The Muslim group or the Muslim Personal Law Board is objecting to it. Supreme Court has said only Hindus, Sikhs, and Buddhists can claim scheduled caste status. And now take a listen into what Muhammad Suleiman is saying.
बड़ा उचित फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, बहुत सोचा समझा ये फैसला है। अदरवाइज इसका इतना नाजायज़ फ़ायदा लोग उठा रहे थे कि आपने धर्म परिवर्तन किया और उसके बाद आप शेड्यूल कास्ट बन के और उसको आरक्षण का लाभ और भी जो भी सुविधाएं हैं उस सब का लाभ लेना, तो ये उचित नहीं था। तो अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट करेगा।
Okay, so these are the observations of the apex court. That one cannot follow other religions and claim the Supreme Court status. Only Hindus and Sikhs and the Buddhists qualify for the Supreme Court status. Just take a listen in once again to what the personal law member has to say.
This decision of Supreme Court is confirmation of the Andhra Pradesh High Court that an Indian who belongs to SC section of society will lose the status of being SC and enjoying a special SSC Atrocities Act, because he will no more be treated as a Hindu. And moreover, in Christianity and Islam, there is equality, no caste system, no doubt about it. But this decision of the Supreme Court and previous decision of High Court are also discriminatory because they had not upheld the basic spirit of the Indian Constitution under Article 25.
Now, my colleague Sarthak is joining us live in the broadcast from the Supreme Court. Sarthak, Justice Mishra-led bench has made some very important observations. So this was, of course, from a case in Andhra Pradesh court pertaining to a pastor. If you could just explain to our viewers what really happened, what is the stance of the Supreme Court in this case, and why is the Muslim Personal Law Board objecting here?
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The stance of the Supreme Court is pretty much clear that somebody who has already been converted in a different religion cannot take benefits of the SCA Act or cannot take benefits of the Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. The Supreme Court says that the order passed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court is very clear, and there should be no two ways about it. The man, let me give a little background in the case. The appellant in this particular matter was born in the SC community that he claims he was born in the Madika community, and he claims that some casteist slurs were made by the accused in this particular case. And however, the accused defense in this case is that the appellant had converted to Christianity 10 years ago. He was a pastor. He did his Sunday prayers. He was an active member of the Christian community. Therefore, he has lost his rights to make any complaint or any appeal under a Prevention of Atrocities Act And he says that he's an active member of the Christian community. He's not a Hindu anymore. On that particular ground itself, argument took place in the Andhra Pradesh High Court. Andhra Pradesh High Court took cognizance of it and also passed an order stating that somebody who has already converted to Christianity cannot take benefits of the SC Act. And the Andhra Pradesh High Court says that even if somebody makes some reconversion back to Hinduism and claims that he's part of the SC community, he was born as an SC, cannot make that claim anymore because he has already converted to another religion. Supreme Court today upheld that same order. Arguments took place on the same ground, and Supreme Court said that the order passed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court was direct. There were no two ways about it. There was no discrepancy in the order passed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court. Therefore, on that ground itself, Supreme Court for now has dismissed the PIL, that was the appeal that was filed before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court upheld the similar grounds as somebody who has already converted to another religion is not subject to the benefits of the SC community provided to him under Prevention of Atrocities Act. The Supreme Court also said that the constitutional orders 1950 only allows Hindus and also it under its ambit Sikhism and Buddhism is also been included. But besides that, anyone from any other community cannot take benefits of the Prevention of Atrocities Act. And on that particular ground itself, even if the man, the appellant has reconverted himself back to Hinduism, although after the investigation there is no evidence been found by the investigative agencies, by the authorities that such a reconversion was done. But even if a benefit of doubt is given to the appellant, even on that ground, this reconversion does not really make him or put him in a position to churn out any benefits from the Prevention of Atrocities Act.
All right, many thanks, Sartha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story from the courts. We were now shifting our focus to breaking news that we have from a massive fire that has broken out in an oil refinery in United States, Texas. Now, the incident occurred at the Valero refinery in the city of Port Arthur. Now, the blaze sent towering clouds of black smoke shooting into the sky. And as per officials, the fire was caused due to an industrial heater blast. More details in this report.
A loud blast was heard in Texas town of Port Arthur on Monday. The blast resulted in a massive fire at the Valero oil refinery. Due to the massive fire, black plumes of smoke covered the skies above the refinery. The blast and the subsequent oil-fired refinery prompted officials to order residents of the west side of Port Arthur to take shelter. According to reports citing local law enforcement officials, the blast, fire and the smoke was the result of an industrial heater explosion at the oil refinery. So far, no injuries have been reported due to the incident. Officials informed that the blast occurred at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Monday. Eyewitnesses described hearing a loud explosion followed by visible flames and dense smoke billowing from the refinery site. The fire resulted in massive amounts of black smoke rising above the skies and smothering it. Officials from the fire department emergency rescue services are on the scene to bring down the blaze. As per reports, the refinery has about 770 employees. No injuries have been reported following the incident yet.
All right, we have breaking news coming in ahead of the Assam elections. Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit Assam once again for the campaign. Now, he will be visiting Assam on the 1st, 5th and the 6th of April. So the campaign dates are 1st and the 5th and 6th of April. Stepping up the poll campaign is also Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be in Assam on 29th of March and will be holding multiple rallies. 29th of March and the 2nd and 7th of April, Amit Shah to campaign in Assam, and Prime Minister Modi to a campaign in Assam on the 1st and 5th and 6th of April. Just a week back, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister were in Assam and launching several projects. And once again, the BJP's top leaders, top brass and the mega campaigners will be on ground. My colleague Anuradha joins us live in the broadcast from Guwahati. Anuradha, well, there are back-to-back visits from the Prime Minister and the Home Minister just a few days ago. A week back, we had a lot of projects that were inaugurated by the Prime Minister. What are we expecting this time around? What location is the Prime Minister going to campaign in?
All those meetings which the Prime Minister and the Home Minister had attended in Assam before the 15th were those meetings, government programs. There were various projects were lined up and those were inaugurated or the foundations were laid off. But now, after the Model Code of Conduct has been announced, the election that has been announced, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister's first set of agenda has been released by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and what we are getting to know is that the Prime Minister will be addressing 4 election rallies in Assam. The first rally is on 1st of April. He will be addressing 2 rallies on the 1st, that is, one is in Dhemaji and another one in Biswanath. On 5th, he will be addressing a rally in Dibrugarh, and on 6th, the Prime Minister will be addressing a public meeting in Hosai. So altogether, there will be 4 rallies of the Prime Minister in his 3-day schedule that has been released. In fact, on 29th of March, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also coming. He will be also addressing multiple number of rallies across the state. The venues have not yet been made public as far as Amit Shah's rallies are concerned. But yes, on 3 dates, Amit Shah is also scheduled to address multiple rallies in Assam along with JP Nadda, former president of the BJP.
Right. Many thanks, Anuradha, for joining us with those details coming on that story. We will now, we will be slipping into a very, very short break. But on the other side, we get you how 2 Indian vessels carrying LPG have just passed through the Strait of Hormuz, and they will be reaching the Indian ports very, very soon.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू नहीं तो फोन तो कर अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम माल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुमाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुमाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as member of scheduled caste. 2 more Indian LPG ships, Pine Gas and Jagvasant, transit the Strait of Hormuz amid Iran-Israel war. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables the UCC draft bill in the Assembly. AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal elections. New twist in the polls. Exclusive sting operation by Republic Kannada exposes a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket allegedly involving high-level political shielding. Very good afternoon. Watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with news coming in ahead of the West Bengal elections. AIMIM President Asauddin Owaisi, along with the Aam Janata Unnayan Party, that is the AJUP's President Humayun Kabir, are going to address a press conference very soon in Kolkata as they are going to announce their alliance for the Bengal elections. And AIMIM and the AJUP now, sharpening the electoral contest. This is a decision to fight together that brings in a twist as far as the vote bank politics is concerned. We have some reactions also coming in. Just listen in.
असम्बली के इंतखाबात होने जा रहे हैं और मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन ने ये फैसला लिया है कि मगरबी बंगाल में हुमायूं कबीर साहब की जो पार्टी है उनके साथ मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन एक अलायंस करेगी और मजलिस के उम्मीदवार उस अलायंस का हिस्सा बनकर हम मगरबी बंगाल के इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लेंगे। हमारी कोशिश यही है कि मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन को मजबूत किया जाए, हमारी आवाज़ को मजबूत किया जाए, हमारे नुमाइंदे मुल्क के कोने कोने में कामयाब होकर बेबाक तरीक़े से ऐवान असम्बली में गरीब और मज़लूम आवाम की आवाज़ को उठाए। और आप जानते हैं कि मगरबी बंगाल में पिछले 15 साल से वहाँ पर 3 मरतबा के वज़ीर आला हैं मोहतरमा ममता बनर्जी साहिबा। आपको जानकर हैरत होगी और ताज्जुब होगा कि क़रीब 30% वहाँ पर मुस्लिम अक़लियत की आबादी है और 5 लाख के करीब बैकवर्ड क्लास के सर्टिफिकेट को कैंसिल कर दिया गया, जिसमें ज़्यादातर मुसलमानों के बैकवर्ड क्लास सर्टिफिकेट हैं। बहुत से नाइंसाफ़ियों की कहानियाँ और दास्तानें भी हैं जो ये लोग सिर्फ सेकुलरिज़म के नाम पर वोट तो हासिल करते हैं, मगर जहाँ पर मजलिस हिस्सेदारी की बात करती है, जहाँ पर मजलिस शराकतदारी जमहूरियत की जो बात हमारे बुज़ुर्गों ने की थी उसको अमल करने का मुतालबा करती है, तो इनको बड़ी तकलीफ़ हो जाती है। तो ये बात भी, क्योंकि ये अवामी जलसा नहीं है, ये मजलिस इत्तेहादुल मुस्लिमीन के अरकान का एक ईद मिलाद की तकरीब है, मैं ये ज़रूरी समझा कि आपके सामने भी इस बात को रखूं। और शायद बहुत से लोग आप नहीं जानते होंगे कि मालदा में जब पंचायत का इलेक्शन हुआ था, उस मालदा में मजलिस को 60,000 वोट मिले थे। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि मजलिस वहाँ पर मेहनत नहीं कर रही है। पिछले बार भी हम लोग 5 या 6 सीट पर इलेक्शन लड़े थे। अभी भी हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम लोग इन्हीं सीटों पर या जहाँ पर भी बातचीत होगी उनसे उसको तय करके अप्रैल 23 और 26 को 2 मरहले में वहाँ पर इलेक्शन है। तो ये हमारी कोशिश होगी और आप अल्लाह से दुआ भी करिए कि हम लोग अपनी इस कोशिश में अल्लाह हमको कामयाब और कामरान करे।
Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, Humayun Kabir has been a very controversial figure. Owaisi targeting Mamata right now in this reaction. Now, when he talks about Malda, we understand now this brings in, a headache for Mamata Banerjee as far as the Muslim vote bank calculus is concerned, because this actually throws up a challenge in areas like Malda, in Murshidabad, and some areas of Birbhum as well, when Owaisi and Humayun Kabir join hands.
Yes, Rakshita, you rightly stated, because not to ignore that the North Bengal region is the main region where Mamata grabs the most of the minority vote. And this time we'll see how minority vote bank will not only to 1 or 2 party, but it will be segregating, dividing and mobilizing to many fractions as well. Because it's not only Humayun Kabir who has separated himself from Mamata Banerjee's party, lost his own party, JUP, and JUP is going to contest elections in the state of West Bengal. All, they have announced alliance with Owaisi's party AIMIM. They're going to contest election on 180 seats in alliance, and it will divide minority vote bank in different fractions, because we can't ignore how Humayun Kabir not only launched his party but also did a Padayatra in the entire sector, telling that Mamata Banerjee is not the one who's safeguarding the interests of the minorities. Also, he has been taking up the issue of the masjid since long. The entire area, if we talk about not only North Bengal, but Birbhum, as you rightly mentioned, but also the fractions of the Krishna Nagar, Nadia, and also West Dinajpur, the areas of the Malda, Murshidabad, Berhampur, and the border areas as well. And this time, it's not only JUP and AIMIM which will divide the vote bank of minorities for Mamata Banerjee, but some fraction of it will be taken by ISF also, and by the Congress party as well, because they all are pitching for the minority vote bank. And minority vote bank in West Bengal, Rakshita, constitutes of 40% right now. So 40% is a huge number. And that's the reason, Rakshita, one more thing what we are looking at is that Mamata Banerjee, from the place she's contesting from Bhawanipur, she's not starting her political campaign from Bhawanipur. Rather, she's starting her political campaign from North Bengal region.
Okay.
That clearly tells that how offensive Mamata Banerjee has gotten, because she very well knows that how important it is to secure the minority vote for the TMC party, to ignore this anti-incumbency, to not let the faction of anti-incumbency take her crown, take her seat. And this time it's not going to be an easy battle as far as the minority.
There's
vote bank is
another
considered.
issue that's going on. I'll just stay on with us. I'll go across to you once again. This is an update coming in on the SIR issue. Now, Supreme Court of India has deferred the hearing in the West Bengal SIR case to the 1st of April. And during the proceedings, the CJI noted that the SIR process remains incomplete in West Bengal, and it referred to a news report observing that the exercise was carried out smoothly in other states despite different political parties being in power. So that's the update we are getting in right now ahead of the elections. The Supreme Court has deferred the hearing on the Bengal SIR case to the 1st of April. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Harsha, tell us more details about this, what the Supreme Court is saying as it defers the hearing.
Yes, the hearing is going to be now on the 1st of April, and Rakshita, it is because the process of the adjudication list and the process of the number of the disposal and the addition of more electors to the electoral list, and also not to forget that the Mamata Banerjee, the government also went to the Calcutta High Court for the adjudication list. Earlier also, Supreme Court clearly stated that the judicial officers who are appointed will look into the matter of the hearing, will look into the matter of the addition and disposal of the electors list. Until now, we can clearly say the SIR process, however, is complete, but some factions of the SIR process is still underway. If we talk about the people whose name is not on the list, in the process, they were under the adjudication. In the 63 lakh adjudication, Rakshita, 27 lakh matter has been disposed. But in that 27 lakh also, many have not been added, many have not been deleted. The supplementary list which yesterday got out is a process which has just now started. The Supreme Court here is stating that the process is still underway. Until the time the reality, the concrete set of the adjudication numbers of the electors, of the number which have been added, which have been disposed, will not be out till the time the hearing could not happen. And that's the reason the case has been deferred to 1st April. We will have more light on what's the number of the deletion and addition of the electors in the final list of SIR who will be contesting in the West Bengal election. And Rakshita, this also includes the fate of many MLAs. There are the MLAs, several MLAs from the North Bengal region, from the Hooghly region, from different vantages who have been given ticket by Mamata Banerjee and whose name is under adjudication. In fact, if the names of those MLAs will be deleted from the disposed list, then their fate hangs in limbo and they will not be allowed to contest. This the rule of SIR says. So till the time this process is not complete, more supplementary list and more addition will not be added or subtracted. Till that time, will not get to know exactly what is the reality of the SIR, of the final list. And that's the reason why Supreme Court has deferred the case to 1st of April. We'll get the final numbers very close to the election on 1st April, that exactly what is the addition, deletion, disposed number, and the SIR process is completed or will still be underway. Back to you.
All right. That's the latest update we have right now. We'll just connect with our correspondent from Supreme Court. Sarthak also will give us more details what happened during the hearing in the Supreme Court. Viewers, Sarsha was telling us, giving us that context and helping us understand what really has happened. Chief Justice of India today said that there have been 5 to 6 political parties can go to the adjudicating officer and request for that. Senior advocate Kalyan Banerjee was, of course, arguing for West Bengal. And in fact, the CJI says that one should approach the High Court. So we'll just get you more updates as to what really happened in the court. And this is pertaining to the SIR exercise in the state of West Bengal. Okay, thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us. We will move on to other stories now. The Supreme Court upheld the Andhra Pradesh High Court's order, which held that once an individual converts to Christianity and actively professes and practices the same, he cannot be regarded as a member of the scheduled caste community. The court held that no person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism can be regarded as a member of the scheduled caste. Conversion to any other religion results in the immediate and complete loss of scheduled caste status. Now, the court noted that the Constitution Order of Scheduled Caste 1950 made this clear, and the bar under this order was absolute. Conversion to any religion not specified in Clause 3 of the 1950 order results in immediate loss of scheduled caste status, regardless of birth. And we have Advocate Joshi who's reacting to this. Listen in.
A person who has converted himself from SC/ST caste into Christianity cannot take the benefits of the act. He cannot get the benefits or use its protection also. This is a culmination of a long line of judgments. But today what the court has laid down is very important. It will have a lot of implications for people. And the court was very clear and categorical in saying that once you have converted from SC/ST into Christianity, you do not have the benefit of caste because Christianity does not recognize caste.
My colleague Sarthak joins us live on the broadcast from the Supreme Court. Sarthak, if you could just tell us put more context as to what the Supreme Court has said and what really had happened in the court, in the Andhra Pradesh High Court.
The Andhra Pradesh High Court specifically mentioned that anyone who is born in the SC community is subject to the benefits of the SC community or subject to the benefits of Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989 till the time he stays within the ambit of the definition of the scheduled caste. The particular matter in issue over here is that this individual, the appellant, had converted to Christianity 10 years ago, and this was the main contention by the accused in the court that this individual had become Christian 10 years ago. He was a pastor from a few years back, and he was doing his Sunday prayers regularly. See, he was a practicing Christian. He was not a Hindu anymore. So he cannot be churning out the benefits of the Prevention of Atrocities Act anymore because he's not a Hindu anymore. He's not an SC anymore. On the basis of that, the Andhra Pradesh High Court passed an order that since he's not an SC anymore, he turned into Christianity.
Absolutely. Well,
adopted
Sarthak, I have to interrupt you there. Thank you so much for joining us with that detail. But we just cut across live to the briefing by the Shipping Ministry right now.
राजा पोर्ट लिमिटेड के विषय में बता रहा हूं। यहाँ पे जो कार वहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट होती हैं, कार लोड होती हैं और जनरली गल्फ एरिया में जाती है। वहाँ पे कार का जो वेटिंग पीरियड है, पार्किंग पीरियड, जो पहले 20 दिन का फ्री पीरियड होता था, उसको अब 40 दिन कर दिया है वेटिंग पीरियड, फ्री ऑफ चार्ज। और उसके साथ साथ 10 एकड़ का एडिशनल स्टोरेज स्पेस भी वहाँ पे क्रिएट किया है, जिससे कि कार्गो का मैनेजमेंट और इफ़िशिएंट हो सके। इस प्रकार मंत्रालय सारे शिपिंग के मूवमेंट का, कार्गो के मूवमेंट का, हमारे शिपिंग के मूवमेंट का, हमारे पोर्ट के ऑपरेशंस का, नाविकों के संदर्भ में हम लगातार इस पे निगरानी रखे हुए हैं। और हमारा ये प्रयत्न है कि सभी सेफ रहें और मैरीटाइम ट्रेड सुचारू रूप से कंटिन्यू करता रहे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Shri Randhir Jaiswal, Additional Secretary XP, Ministry of External Affairs, to brief you from the perspective of External Affairs. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. From our side, we have certain things to update you. As you may have seen, External Affairs Minister, yesterday he spoke with the US Secretary of State. The two leaders discussed the situation in West Asia and its impact on international economy with particular focus on energy security concerns. External Affairs Minister also spoke with his counterpart, His Excellency Vijitha Herat, the Foreign Minister of Sri Lanka. There again, both leaders discussed the repercussions of this ongoing conflict. External Affairs Minister reaffirmed India's commitment to neighborhood first and Vision Mahasagar. Separately, External Affairs Minister met with all GCC ambassadors here in Delhi yesterday. There again, he exchanged views on the conflict, on the ongoing conflict in West Asia, and thanked each one of them for their continued support to the Indian community in the region. As you know, we have a large Indian community in all these countries. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranveer ji. अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी गल्फ श्री असीम आर महाजन जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे गल्फ रीजन से संबंधित डेवलपमेंट्स पर अपडेट दें. ओवर टू यू.
Good afternoon. Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the evolving situation in the Gulf and the West Asia region. Ensuring the safety, security and well-being of the large Indian community in the region is our utmost priority. Ministry's dedicated control room remains operational to assist and support Indian nationals and their families. We have a robust mechanism in place to share information and coordinate efforts with the state governments and the union territories. Our missions and posts in the region have been working round the clock, maintaining 24/7 helplines and regular touch with the large number of Indian community associations and organizations spread across the region. They also remain in constant touch with the respective local governments. Updated advisories are being issued regularly to keep our citizens informed of the latest developments. Our missions continue to proactively assist and support seafarers, students, stranded Indian nationals and short-term visitors for visa facilitation, consular services and logistical assistance where required. Overall, the situation continues to improve in terms of the status of flights, with additional flights operating from the region. Since February 28th, around 402,000 passengers have returned from the region to India. Airlines continue to operate limited non-scheduled flights between India and UAE based on operational and safety considerations. Today, around 85 flights are expected to operate from airports in UAE to India. Flights continue to operate from Oman and Saudi Arabia to India. With the Qatar airspace partially open, Qatar Airways is expected to operate around 9 non-scheduled commercial flights to India today. Kuwait and Bahrain airspaces remain closed. Jazeera Airways of Kuwait is operating flights to various destinations in India from the Al Qaisuma airport in Saudi Arabia. Gulf Air of Bahrain also continues to operate special non-scheduled commercial flights from Dammam International Airport of Saudi Arabia to India. This is facilitating the travel of Indian nationals from Kuwait and Bahrain to India. We continue to assist travel of Indian nationals in Iran through Armenia and Azerbaijan to India. We are also facilitating travel of Indian nationals from Israel via Jordan to India. In view of the flight restrictions from Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq, we continue to facilitate travel of Indian nationals via Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will take few questions from media. Please state your name and organization before asking question. 45.
My question is to Sujata ma'am. My name is Aishwarya. I'm from Business Today. Ma'am, tomorrow is technically the 25th day, and before the briefing began, we were told that we have 25 days of stock for each LPG and fuel, etc. Where does it stand so far, and is how much replacement in terms of LPG and fuel, crude oil have we got so far, and how much are we expecting going forward from now?
2.
Good evening, ma'am. Saptaparna Ghosh from The Hindu. Just to add to Aishwarya's question, if we could also get an idea of the quantum of LPG that we have and the number of days it would suffice. And also wanted to ask Randhir sir as well about India's perspective as of now with respect to US President Donald Trump's call for a 5-day ceasefire, and then we had a denial coming in from Tehran. So how are we assessing the situation, and are we looking to place any measures accordingly, or we have any plans? If you could please share some perspective.
54.
Hi, Sukal from the Indian Express. My first question is to Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, you mentioned in your presentation that a number of LPG cargoes have been lined up. It would be great if you could share some details in terms of maybe the number of cargoes or the LPG tonnage that we are expecting, and by when. And my second question is for Sinha sir. Sir, just wanted to understand in terms of the Indian vessels that are still in the Persian Gulf, if there is any sort of movement that can be expected within, say, the next 24 to 48 hours, and if yes, then what would be the nature of that ship?
22.
Ma'am, Prakash Vedashi from ET Now. We were in discussion with some countries like Australia and Canada to get LNG cargoes. So what is the status as of now? Also, what is the current status of domestic LPG production?
234 here on this side.
मैं संतोष ठाकुर हूँ। मेरे दो सवाल है सर, एक रणधीर सर या राजेश सर से एक सवाल है कि क्या हम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज से जो हमारे जहाज आ रहे हैं उसके लिए क्या कोई प्रोटेक्शन मनी, एंट्री मनी या जो भी मनी, वॉर मनी, वो टोल टैक्स दे रहे हैं हम उनको? और पवन खेड़ा जी जो कांग्रेस के नेता, उन्होंने भी ये ट्वीट किया है। इसके अलावा दो सवाल सुजाता मैम से हैं। क्या मैम हम ईरान का ऑयल खरीद रहे हैं? अगर हाँ तो उसके लिए मतलब हम क्या मैकेनिज्म अप्लाई कर रहे हैं? और दूसरा मैम, गुजरात में लंबी लंबी लाइनें लग रही हैं, तो क्या पेट्रोल डीजल को लेकर कोई ऐसी बात है जो सिर्फ गुजरात के लोगों को पता है और हमें नहीं पता लग पा रहा है?
214 214।
हेलो सर, नीरज हूँ, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से। रणधीर सर से मेरा सवाल है सर, सभी पक्षों से हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे हैं, ईरान से भी प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री की बातचीत हुई है, इधर अमेरिका के विदेश मंत्री से भी भारतीय विदेश मंत्री की बातचीत हुई, और जीसीसी कंट्रीज के तमाम जो प्रमुख हैं उनसे बातचीत हुई है। क्या हम लोग भी किसी तरह से मीडिएट करने की भूमिका निभा रहे हैं? जिस तरह से कल ट्रंप ने कहा कि पॉज देंगे, एनर्जी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हमला नहीं करेंगे, तो भारत कैसी भूमिका निभा रहा है? क्योंकि हमारा मत है कि डायलॉग एंड डिप्लोमेसी से ही समाधान होना चाहिए, तो हमारी भूमिका क्या है?
51।
Hi, my name is Danish Anand. My question is for Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, the PM has talked about long-term, medium-term planning. So as far as India's strategic reserves are concerned, what is the planning regarding that?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा से। जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो,
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू।
Right, welcome back. Two more LPG carriers, Jagvasant and Pine Gas, merchant vessels Jagvasant and Pine Gas are making their way to Indian shores after crossing the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to take care of at least 2 more days of LPG supplies. All looks okay on the Hormuz front for India for now. Let's begin with the headlines. Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of the scheduled castes. 2 more Indian LPG ships, Pine Gas and Jagvasant, transit the Strait of Hormuz amid the Iran-Israel war. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables the Uniform Civil Code draft bill in the Gujarat Assembly in Gandhinagar. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal elections. An exclusive sting operation by Republic Kannada has exposed a massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket in Bengaluru, allegedly involving high-level political shield. Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, has said that Hezbollah made a grave mistake by joining Iran in the war and will pay a heavy price for this decision. He has also said, and I quote, that we will establish a buffer zone in southern Lebanon similar to what we implemented in Rafah and Beit Hanoi. And Israel Katz is essentially indicating towards the natural border of the Litani River between Israel and Lebanon, which is little north of Israel's boundaries with Lebanon, and perhaps Israel has decided that the boundaries of Israel need to move towards the Litani River. Consequent bombings have been going on, and Israel has been targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. From one to next, another breaking coming in, and that's connected with the same geography, but to Qatar, where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson has said that we reserve the right to respond to any possible attack on vital infrastructure. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson has also said that we have not carried out any attacks on any energy infrastructure, and that if we are hit, we will respond. That's a comment coming in from Qatar, which has said that there has been no alert in the past couple of days, but does not mean we weren't targeted. So Qatar statement there indicating towards low intensity conflict going on from the Iranian side, even as the United States President has announced that they have a ceasefire with Iran, which is not there on the ground. More breaking, and still connected with the war, but on the home front. A high-level meeting of a group of ministers is underway as we speak in the Parliament House. And essentially, this is to discuss the conflict and its impact on India. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had a cabinet committee on security day before yesterday, subsequent to which instructions were given to form a group of ministers and a separate group of secretaries to bring in a whole-of-government approach to tackle this crisis and its fallout on India, particularly with reference to India's energy security. And the meeting is being attended by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, and Health and Fertilizer Minister J.P. Nadda. The government has also called an all-party meeting tomorrow to discuss the situation after the Prime Minister's call for a show of unity on this front as the nation tackles this crisis. Harsha, how long has this meeting been going on? And what is expected to come out of this meeting? Is it in preparation for the all-party meet that's planned for tomorrow?
So, Abhishek, it's already been half an hour. This meeting started 30 minutes back in the Parliament. And also, as you rightly mentioned, HM, JP Nadda. In fact, Kiran Rijiju is also in the meeting. There's Hardeep Singh Puri also. And Kiran Rijiju was the first one to be inside the meeting. He later came out after 10 minutes. But right now, the meeting is underway. And all the leaders are right now inside 30 minutes to the meeting. It's a very important meeting because tomorrow there's a high-level all-party meeting as well. But before this meeting is about overall perspective. Until now, what measures have been adopted. Hardeep Singh Puri is also briefing Home Minister JP Nadda and the other leaders about the situation and what right now the measures have been adopted by the country, and also about the chunks which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also spoken. Until now, in the interministerial meeting also, briefing also, which is happening every day, what is the response we are getting? And also, the 3-people committee was formed already, Abhishek, to ensure that there's a coordination between state and center to ensure the domestic supply, to the country, and that's also being monitored. What is the status of that? It is also being briefed by the ministers in that meeting. So this meeting becomes of utmost importance, keeping in mind the present situation of the West Asia war and also what Petroleum Ministry is doing, the energy crisis, and overall the fertilizer farmers issue and the others issue which have been taken up by the opposition party leader. But tomorrow there's an all-party meeting, and in all that party meeting also, what are the chunks of this ministry and what are the measures adopted will be kept in front of the leaders in the all-party meeting. Abhishek, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha, with those details from Parliament, where a meeting is going on of a group of ministers to tackle the fallout of West Asia war on India, particularly on energy security. Moving on, a big breaking news development coming in from a Delhi court. From Delhi, a court has sentenced Kashmiri separatist and secessionist Asiya Andrabi of Duktaran Millat to life imprisonment in jail in a UAPA case. And the case pertained to her terrorist organization's aim of seceding from Jammu and Kashmir, which is an integral part of India. Along with Asiya, 2 of her aides or close associates, Sophie Fahmida and Nahida Nasreen, have also been sentenced to 30 years in prison each. And Asiya Andrabi, of course, is going to be in jail for the rest of her life. She, remember, is in the Kot Balwal jail of Jammu, or a jail in Jammu. And she's been in jail for a while since the abrogation of Article 370. Asiya Andrabi has been running or was running Duktaran-e-Millat for almost 2 decades. And we have Zeenat joining us live for more on this from Srinagar, our Srinagar Bureau Chief. Zeenat, what are the implications of this case? One, this case is in Delhi. There is another case in Jammu. Perhaps there are some cases in Srinagar also. Asiya Andrabi effectively continues to remain in jail and is going to do so for the rest of her life.
This is another development that is coming in as far as the separatist case is concerned. There are multiple arrests that were made by the NIA or the ED as far as the terror funding or the succession activities in Jammu and Kashmir are concerned. As far as Asiya Andrabi is concerned, she used to head the women wing of the separatist group here. She was arrested along with Fahmida, and both of them were lodged in the Kot Bilwal jail in Jammu. Now coming, the court has already sentenced Asiya Andrabi to life imprisonment. This is something which was expected in the case, because the kind of charges that the investigation agencies have already found, because she was into the part of the group of Hurriyat Hawk, Saeed Ali Shah Gilani. She was the part of the Hurriyat Hartal. She was the part of radicalizing the Kashmiri women, whether they used to be part of the school, college, or the educational institutes, and the campaigns that she would conduct in Kashmir Valley by going door to door, asking youngsters and particularly the women to be in veil. And then she is also the wife of Asif Faktu, who has been very close with the Pakistan, has spent most of his life behind the bars, and she would run all the campaign of the Pakistan in the Kashmir Valley. I remember a couple of years back, her property in Sora, Kashmir, was also attached by the investigating agency, because when the investigating agencies raided her place, the documents, the incriminated material, the bank transaction clearly showed that her involvement instigating Kashmir during 2016 or any other activities during 2008 crisis, 9, 10, and her campaign used to go on and on. Her footprints would be found not only in the Srinagar but in the entire Kashmir Valley. At her place in Sora or the other places, she would give place to the terror activities, who later were neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, were found at her place. The arms and ammunition that were recovered in the past raids from her place. So she was having multiple charges, and there have been the people who were complaining openly before the investigating agencies as far as as far as Asia's involvement with the Hurriyat activities or the separatist activities. She was known here as the daughter of East, very close to Saeed Ali Shah Gilani, when they would run the campaign for free Kashmir, and they would support the Palestine. So all these things were there under that she was doing under that separatist activities, and she involved multiple girls of the Kashmir Valley into her activities. So it was very difficult. I remember during 2006 or 7, it was very difficult for J&K police, despite being the local force, to lay hand on Asiya Andrabi. And in 2017, the Kothibar police station in Srinagar, I remember that they carried a raid and arrested the girls of Asiya Andrabi in Lal Chowk in one of the hotels where they were involved in immoral activities. That was the first thing, or the first hit that Asiya got, and then they were. She tried to manipulate that case when all her girls got arrested in immoral activities, and then her agenda for Pakistan on 14th of August, she would unfurl Pak flag at multiple places. The Pak Taranas would go hand in hand here in the Kashmir Valley, and then the J&K police would launch multiple searches to arrest Asiya. So she had spent multiple tenures in different jails of Jammu and Kashmir, and since 2017, when this NIA raid started in the Kashmir Valley in July itself, though Hurriyat was hit under the belt, whether it was Saeed Ali Gilani, his closest, and Asiya was also one among them, because Asiya was also close to the Bar Association of Kashmir Valley, the High Court Bar Association. We know well that how Mia Qayyum, who was the bar president then, he was also close with the Asiya Andrabi, and they would hatch multiple conspiracy here. So multiple documents were found at Mia Qayyum's residence as far as the illegal properties or the Benami properties were concerned, how he would influence judiciary for the separatist activities, because everything would come in Kashmir Valley either from the central jail of Srinagar or it would come from the High Court or the lower court, because they were the people who were managing not only these two institutions, but they would also manage the prime postings for the people who were involved in the separatist activities. Even the people from the Kashmir University, they would get the prime posting because of the close association with Hurriyat Hawk, Said Ali Gilani, or the Asiya Andrabi. So now the decision coming that the court sentences Asiya Andrabi for life is one of the developments that the Kashmiris who have been watching the political developments or the separatist activities in the Kashmir. So this is not a surprise when we see the sentence coming to Asiya Andrabi.
Yeah, stay with us, Seenat. I'll come back to you for one more question. But Sarthak is joining us live from New Delhi. He was at the court where the verdict came. Sarthak, which court and which case in which Asiya Andrabi has been slapped this life imprisonment?
The NIA investigated the matter and they pressed various charges upon Asiya Andrabi. The Delhi NIA court has sentenced her for life imprisonment, and that was a major demand by the NIA because NIA claimed that she had pushed, she was a major conspirator in the terror case. And this particular sentence follows January 2026 conspiracy case. The NIA said that she attempted to wage war against India. On that ground, she is subject to life imprisonment. That's a huge developing information that we are receiving right now. She has been convicted. She was convicted in January 14, 2026 in the special NIA court. And the additional sessions judge, Chandar Jeet Singh, he goes by the name. There are two other co-accused, Nahida Nasreen and Sophie Femida. The charges that have been pressed upon on her in this particular case involves UAPA section 18 and section 38. There were other charges as well. There was section 120B of the criminal conspiracy that was pressed upon her. There were sedition-related acts that were pressed upon her, and there was other provisions that were also pressed upon her from the IPC. However, at this point, the information that we are fetching, the two specific sections, section 18 and section 38, has been considered by the special NIA court case, which involves conspiracy to commit terror acts and membership of a terrorist organization. So the court identifies the fact that she was involved in a terrorist activity and she was a member of a terrorist organization. The court said that she worked towards a succession of Kashmiris in India, and she did not recognize the Indian constitution. The arguments took place, and the Delhi NIA court has identified that there is a benefit of doubt that we have to give that she did have some links with some terrorist organization, and therefore whatever information that was placed on record, we are still trying to fetch more details on the case and try to find out what all evidences and what all witnesses were presented before the court to make this entire case more substantive, more stronger to say that yes, she did have some terrorist links, but whatever information that we have fetched so far, the evidences that have been presented by NIA seem to be strong enough to suggest that she did have some terrorist link, and on that ground, she has been given life imprisonment by the Delhi NIA court.
All right. Thank you, Sarthak and Zeenat. I cannot come back to you because we have to move on to a breaking news development coming in from Iran, which is that Mohammad Bagher Zolgadr is the new national security chief of Iran. He replaces Ali Larijani, who was eliminated in an Israeli strike about a week back in Tehran, in the Pardis area of Tehran. At his daughter's residence, Ali Larijani was removed. And on the screen, viewers, is his replacement, Mohammad Bagher Zolgadr. He's a retired military commander of the IRGC, is the information available with us. And he was part of the National Security Council, or the Expediency Discernment Council, within the national security setup. And he now replaces, he's former deputy for strategic, societal and crime prevention affairs in the judicial system of Iran. He's also a former deputy interior minister of security. He was deputy interior minister in the regime or the government of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. which was in the early 2000s. Okay, another story coming in, connected with war. A massive fire has broken out at an oil refinery in Texas of the United States. The incident occurred at the Valero refinery in the city of Port Arthur. Not sure whether this is connected in any manner with a terror incident as of now. Investigation might be on. But these are pictures of Valero refinery at the city of Port Arthur in Texas. The blaze sent towering clouds of black smoke shooting into the sky as per reports. Let's take a look.
A loud blast was heard in Texas town of Port Arthur on Monday. The blast resulted in a massive fire at the Valero oil refinery. Due to the massive fire, black plumes of smoke covered the skies above the refinery. The blast and the subsequent oil fire refinery prompted officials to order residents of the west side of Port Arthur to take shelter. According to reports citing local law enforcement officials, the blast, fire and the smoke was the result of an industrial heater explosion at the oil refinery. So far, no injuries have been reported due to the incident. Officials informed that the blast occurred at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Monday. Eyewitnesses described hearing a loud explosion followed by visible flames and dense smoke billowing from the refinery site. The fire resulted in massive amounts of black smoke rising above the skies and smothering it. Officials from the fire department, emergency rescue services are on the scene to bring down the blaze. As per reports, the refinery has about 770 employees. No injuries have been reported following the incident yet.
All right, we have just got pictures of the Jag Vasant LPG carrier, which is the second tanker to be passing the Strait of Hormuz and is coming to India carrying LPG together with pine gas. The two tankers have 92,000 metric tons plus of LPG, which is good enough for about 1.5 days of LPG consumption in the country. They have transited the Strait of Hormuz. These are pictures of Jag Vasant on the east of Hormuz. Earlier we had shown you pictures of pine gas. Both are coming to India and going to be docking at a port either in Gujarat or Maharashtra, and both the vessels have Indian crew, 33 and 27 respectively, and they are going to be docking at an Indian port between 26th and 28th of March. These are slow-moving tankers. They have just crossed the Strait of Hormuz, come in the safe zone to the east, and another 2 or 3 days before they would be docking. So, situation remains unsustainable, as the officials of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas had said, but then within the squeeze, supplies keep trickling in. Earlier we had 2 other tankers coming in about 3 days back. They had docked at the Mundra port, and then we had 1 more tanker coming in from the United States that docked at the Bengaluru port day before yesterday. And now we have 2 more ships en route to India carrying LPG worth about 1.5 days of energy consumption. Moving on. Back home, Manipur continues to remain on the edge. Fresh cross-firing was reported between Kuki and Tangkhul Naga groups in Kamjong district. The escalation between the two communities follows a series of attacks and retaliation since the past couple of days. Let's take a closer look at what's happening in Manipur.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh cross-firing broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the cross-firing was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukhrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukhrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. As investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
All right, from Manipur in the far east of the country to Gujarat in far west, where the government of Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has just introduced Uniform Civil Code Bill in the State Assembly, Gujarat becoming the second state in the country to do so.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा हूँ नहीं तो तुम तो करा अनुसरी होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमको कुमार गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मारवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and now two more tankers carrying liquefied petroleum gas have made their way through the Strait of Hormuz and are scheduled to reach India very soon, carrying about 92,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Getting you all the details on that. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of a scheduled caste. Two more Indian LPG ships, Pine Gas and Jug Vasant, transit the Strait of Hormuz amid Iran-Israel war. Gujarat's Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables the UCC draft bill in the Assembly. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal polls. After Republic Kannada exposes massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, officials take swift action and seal the godown where cylinders were being hoarded. Viewers, now starting first with the freshest breaking development. The UCC bill has now been tabled in the Gujarat Assembly by the state's Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as a draft bill in the Assembly. Now remember, Gujarat becomes the second state to bring in the UCC after Uttarakhand. Now 10,000 rupees of penalty is scheduled under the UCC if the marriage is not registered within 60 days. In fact, 7 years of jail term for forceful marriage has also been reiterated. 7 years jail for more than one marriage has also come up as part of the UCC bill that has been tabled in Gujarat. Now, Divorce outside the court can cause at least 3 years of jail, and the POCSO Act will also be implemented if a live-in is not registered. We're also being joined by my colleague Swarali to get us more updates into the matter. Swarali, speak to us about the entire thing that's unfolding in Gujarat related to the UCC. Speak to us about the provisions and the fact that Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, presented it to the Assembly.
Yes, that's true. Today in Vidhan Sabha of Gujarat, the CM Bhupendra Patel has tabled Uniform Civil Code 2026 for the state of Gujarat. Before this, as we know, that committee was made, which was headed by retired Justice Ranjana Desai. It was a 5-member committee which recently on 17th March submitted a report, and post which the UCC bill, the law has been tabled right now, and which is discussed as of now as we talk to our viewers. And now let me tell you, as you have mentioned all, so these are the major points under UCC. If we talk about this bill, it considers all the laws regarding marriage, adoption, inheritance, and divorce, and others amongst all this. So, if we talk about the laws that constitute in the bill of Gujarat UCC 2026, let me tell you, 7 years of jail can be expected if the marriage is not registered, or if it is forceful, or if the identity of person is not revealed as it is actually, and then the person is implied in this entire case, 7 years of jail will be can be expected. On the other hand, if we talk about the divorce, rules about the divorce, if it is not registered, if it is not done lawfully out of the court, then 3 years of jail can be expected. On the other hand, if we talk about, there's this provision in this bill regarding live-in relationships will have to be registered. If not, POSCO Act will be implemented in the same case. Now, let me tell you, while putting this bill forward, while this bill was being tabled, it was being said that Gujarat has been a guiding light for entire country. As such, it has been a model. And even in this case, after Uttarakhand, Gujarat becomes the second state to table this bill. And that's the reason it's going to guide the entire country in further times to table such laws in upcoming times.
Right, Swarali. Swarali, in fact, also speak to us about the reactions that broke out in the Assembly when the bill was being tabled. You know, a draft bill being tabled by the Chief Minister himself. And like you said, that, you know, the Chief Minister claims that Gujarat after Uttarakhand will now be an example for the rest of the country. But speak to us about the reactions that poured in from within the Assembly while the tabling was ongoing. Swarali.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Amit Chawda is a leader from Congress party opposition in the state of Gujarat. We also know that out of 182 seats, 156 belongs to BJP. So, if we talk about the reactions from the Congress or the opposition parties for that matter, the points which were being raised in the Assembly were that the report, which was supposed to be submitted in just 45 days, was recently submitted on 17th March. And what was the hurry to table it when the session is supposed to end tomorrow, that is on 25th March 2026. Why is this bill tabled today on 24th of March? The report is not yet published, which means it is not in public domain to be read or discussed. So the opposition wanted to say that if the tribal community is excluded, because for the it's the matter of the fact that tribal community will be spared from this bill that was being proposed by the ruling government. On the other hand, points which were being raised by the opposition that tribal community is spared. On the other hand, the report is not in the public domain. So what was the hurry to table this bill? Because the elections are appearing. Is that a reason that BJP was in a hurry to table UCC as promised in their agenda? All these questions were being raised. Opposition also said that this bill can be reviewed, discussed if the report is already in the public domain. On that basis, the arguments can be made, and that's how a law should be made, because it should be all inclusive. On one hand, where the government said that all the stakeholders were consulted, their opinions were taken into account, opposition asked why is it why is it
Right,
not
Swarali.
published in the domain so that we can read and discuss about it?
Right, Swarali, thanks for getting us such a detailed rundown on all the events that unfolded in the Assembly as the UCC bill was being tabled, viewers, in the Gujarat Assembly by the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. Now, shifting focus, out of the 20 stranded Indian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, at least 6 are carrying liquefied petroleum gas, India's lifeline, the cooking gas that India has been eyeing desperately in the times of war. And this statement comes from the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. They've said that 6 LPG tankers out of the 20 that remain stuck in the Strait of Hormuz are carrying liquefied petroleum gas. Now, this comes at the heels of another confirmation of good news for India's energy sector. 2 LPG carriers, Jag Vasant and are reaching, in fact, the Indian waters and Indian ports shortly. Now, Pine Gas and Jag Vasant have transited through the Strait of Hormuz as per the Ministry of Shipping. Now, they've also said that earlier 22 vessels were stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, but now 20 are stranded, out of which 6 are carrying liquefied petroleum gas. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Harsh to get us more details. Harsh, speak to us about the latest statement that we're getting in, from the Ministry of Shipping. They've said that 6 other ships stranded in the contentious Strait of Hormuz are also carrying liquefied petroleum gas. Harsh.
Right, in fact, in the disputed waters of Strait of Hormuz, 22 carriers were earlier stranded for the past few weeks. Now, the good news that broke last night was that 2 of these carriers carrying LPG are now about to reach India. One of these carrier will be reaching the new Mangalore port and is expected to arrive there on March 26th. Now, the other one is expected to arrive at the Kandla port and is expected to arrive on March 27th. Now, both of these carriers are carrying nearly 92,000 metric tons of LPG. One of these carrier is called Pine Gas and the other one is called Jag Vasant. Now, apart from this information that we broke for our viewers last night, the other breaking information that we have just fetched is that now the 20 other stranded ships that are still there in the west of Strait of Hormuz, 6 of these carriers are carrying liquid petroleum gas. However, what should be noted is that one of the vessel that is still stranded in the west of Hormuz is yet to be loaded. However, the total LPG capacity in the other 5 carriers that are still stuck in the west of Hormuz is nearly 230,000 metric tons. And however, it is a good news at some point because the ministry has continued to maintain that LPG remains to be a cause of concern here in India. However, now 2 big carriers carrying nearly 92,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas will be arriving in India a short while from now. However, what should also be noted is there are 6 other LPG carriers that can cross the Strait of Hormuz at any hour. However, the water there remains to be disputed. However, it is a good news up to some extent that at least 92,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas will be shortly arriving here in the ports of India in the next 2 days.
Right, Harsh. In fact, also speak to us about, this entire supply being India's lifeline, and also comes at the heels of, another good news for India, that 2 of our vessels have now crossed through the Strait of Hormuz, which will, of course, make a lot of difference to the LPG shortages that Indian households are currently reeling under.
Well, right. This is to be noted that the vessels that are about to reach here in the Indian waters are carrying nearly 92,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas, and it becomes very significant, especially when the ministry continues to maintain that we are in a comfortable position when we talk about crude and petroleum. However, there is a cause of concern with regards to liquid petroleum gas, and it comes as a big breaking information as well as a good news that two big vessels carrying nearly 92,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas will be docked at Indian ports in a short while from now, and they'll be reaching the Indian waters in the next 2 days. It comes as a big breaking information also because of the fact that the Ministry of Ports have also said that prioritization and documentation work for both of these carriers will be done well in advance so that it can reach the end consumers and the states that are demanding LPG supplies at this time, and hence these supplies can reach them in the minimum possible time frame, and that is exactly why they are prioritizing the docking of these ships that are yet to arrive at the Indian ports.
Right, Harsh. Thanks very much for getting us a quick roundup of what's been going on in the Strait of Hormuz in connection with the Indian vessels that remain stuck in the contentious strait. Viewers, now shifting focus, we're getting a big breaking development. Now, a huge development comes in the Ashok Karat case, where proceedings have now begun. Arguments and counter-arguments are also being presented in the case. Now, the public prosecutor says we need to investigate the source of the stones that Karat used, as well as the origin of the mixed water that he distributed. In fact, furthermore, 21 live cartridges and 5 used cartridges were recovered as the investigation was ongoing. The seized evidence also includes at least rupees 6 lakh in cash, an Apple laptop and a DVR. In fact, a black revolver has also been recovered as part of the investigation. The hearing regarding the Ashok Karat case has now commenced, and arguments have also begun in the case. In fact, explosive claims have been made. Explosive evidence has been found during the first leg of this investigation. 21 live cartridges and 5 used ones were recovered during the investigation. The seized evidence also includes about 6 lakh rupees in cash, an Apple laptop and a DVR. In fact, joining me live to get us more updates into the matter is my colleague Revati. Revati, speak to us about the findings of this investigation, explosive findings that have been unearthed, live cartridges, used cartridges. Cash has also been, nabbed by the investigation agencies. Not just that, they have also nabbed a revolver, a black revolver. Speak to us about the details of the case, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, there are many evidences that are being collected in last 7 days against Ashok Karat. Ashok Karat has created a political stir in this particular matter, as there are many political leaders who are associated with him. But the now recent update about this particular matter that comes in is that there are live cartridges and also 5 used cartridges that are being found and confiscated by the Nashik police and the special investigation team which is appointed by the government of Maharashtra. And also the public prosecutor said that it is highly possible, I repeat, it is highly possible that these 5 used cartridges might be used for human sacrifices which Karat used to do to influence people, that or he used to portray himself as a god man. So as of now, this is the latest update which is coming up. And also the CM of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, addressed this particular matter just few minutes ago, and he reiterated that even if someone who is farly related to this particular matter will be facing strict action. Also, he mentioned a very important thing in the assembly, that the victims of this particular case are being currently identified by the Nashik police, and as of now 4 have been identified, and furthermore as the investigation goes further, they will be identified and they will be called for their statement. So as of now, there are 8 cases against Ashok Karat, and 6 are under SIT. So now it will be important to see in next 5 days of police custody what investigation is done by the Nashik police. Over to you.
Right, Revati. Thanks for getting us a detailed roundup of what's been ongoing. For now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting from the tensions that are rising in West Asia. Now, UAE has said that once again it has intercepted at least 5 ballistic missiles and 17 UAE UAV drones that were fired by the Iranian military at the UAE airspace. Now, their air defenses have managed to intercept 5 of these ballistic missiles and 17 unarmed vehicles. Type of warfare drones that are used by the Iranian regime, their military, amid the ongoing escalations in West Asia. Now, this comes as part of multiple strikes and barrages of missiles that have been rained down on Gulf nations, especially UAE, whose air defenses have now intercepted 5 more ballistic missiles and 17 unarmed vehicles that were fired by the Iranian military into the UAE's airspace. Those are the visuals on your screens of the barrage, a strike that was rained down on the UAE airspace by Iranian military. Luckily, it was also intercepted. 5 of these ballistic missiles and 17 UAVs were intercepted and downed by UAE's air defense systems. Now, these are the visuals on your screens as the war continues to escalate. Strikes and counterstrikes are being exchanged. Gulf nations constantly under attack for today, the 25th day of the war. Now, this comes at the backdrop of peace talks, reports suggesting that the US and Iran are ready to negotiate on the round table, speak about their war so far. Viewers, now a very important story that comes in. The Supreme Court has clarified that the SC/ST Protection Act can only be invoked by Hindus, Sikhs and Buddhists. Now, what does this do? This leaves out anybody from the Muslim or the Christian community from invoking the SC/ST Act. They have in fact upheld an Andhra Pradesh High Court ruling over the same matter. They have also jointly upheld the 1950 order that states that SC/ST Protections Act will solely belong to Hindus, Sikhs and the Buddhists. In fact, the court also said that Christianity and Islam, the religion that remain alien to caste system, should not be allowed to invoke it even in cases of conversions. Take a look at this.
The Apex Court has ruled that people other than Hindus, Sikhs or Buddhists cannot claim to be members of the scheduled caste. Supreme Court has made it clear that people who convert to Islam or Christianity cannot invoke the SC/ST status. As per Article 341 of 1950, the top court highlighted that post-conversion there will be an immediate loss of SC status.
A person who has converted himself from SC/ST caste into Christianity cannot take the benefits of the Act. He cannot get the benefits or use its protection also. This is a culmination of a long line of judgments.
Top court upheld an earlier ruling by the Andhra Pradesh High Court over a pastor invoking the SC/ST Act.
This decision of the Supreme Court and previous decision of High Court are also discriminatory because they had not upheld the basic spirit of the Indian Constitution.
अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट करेगा.
Andhra Pradesh High Court clarified that those who have converted cannot invoke the SC/ST Protections Act. The court reinforced the provisions' availability for only 3 religions: Hindus, Christians and Buddhists.
Now, viewers, the AIMIM Uttar Pradesh's state president Shaukat Ali says that when they come back to power, they will make sure that such rulings are not held to power and that they will work for their own people. Now, this comes following the Supreme Court's ruling that SC/ST Protections Act can only be invoked by Hindus, Sikhs and Buddhists. But now the AIMIM has broken out over a political warfare over the matter, where they say that when they come back to power, they will make sure that justice is served to everybody through the means of the Constitution. Listen into the conversation that my colleague Gaurav had with Shaukat Ali. Take a listen.
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कहना है हिंदू, सिख या बौद्ध अगर इनके अलावा कोई और धर्म अपनाएंगे तो अनुसूचित जो जाति है उसका दर्जा नहीं मिलेगा. इस पर क्या हिंदू, सिख या बौद्ध इसके अलावा कोई और धर्म को अपनाएंगे तो अनुसूचित जाति का जो दर्जा है वो नहीं मिलेगा. इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
सिख और बौद्ध धर्म अगर अपनाएंगे तो उसके अलावा
हिंदू, सिख और बौद्ध,
हाँ,
इसके अलावा कोई और धर्म अगर अपनाते हैं तो अनुसूचित जाति जो है उसका दर्जा नहीं मिलेगा।
तो ये तो धर्म की बुनियाद पे हो गया ना, ये तो धर्म की बुनियाद पे हो गया। और हमारा संविधान क्या कहता है? धर्म की बुनियाद पर संविधान वो रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिल सकता। तो हम क्या कह सकते हैं? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है तो हम क्या बोल सकते हैं?
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कहना है हिंदू, सिख या बौद्ध अगर इनके अलावा कोई और धर्म अपनाएंगे तो अनुसूचित जो जाति है उसका दर्जा नहीं मिलेगा। इस पर
क्या हिंदू,
सिख या बौद्ध इसके अलावा कोई और धर्म को अपनाएंगे तो अनुसूचित जाति का जो दर्जा है वो नहीं मिलेगा। इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
सिख और बौद्ध धर्म अगर अपनाएंगे तो उसके अलावा
हिंदू, सिख और बौद्ध,
हाँ,
इसके अलावा कोई और धर्म अगर अपनाते हैं तो अनुसूचित जाति जो है उसका दर्जा नहीं मिलेगा।
तो ये तो धर्म की बुनियाद पे हो गया ना, ये तो धर्म की बुनियाद पे हो गया। और हमारा संविधान क्या कहता है? धर्म की बुनियाद पर संविधान वो रिजर्वेशन नहीं मिल सकता। तो हम क्या कह सकते हैं? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है तो हम क्या बोल सकते हैं?
Meanwhile, the political heat on the matter does not just end here. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's president has also denounced Supreme Court's ruling. In fact, he has said that this is not a fair deal. He's called it discriminatory. He's questioned the fairness of the Supreme Court's order. Listen in.
This decision of Supreme Court is confirmation of the Andhra Pradesh High Court that an Indian who belongs to SC/SC section of society will lose the status of being SC/SC and enjoying a special SSC Atrocities Act, because he will no more be treated as a Hindu. And moreover, in Christianity and Islam, there is equality, no caste system, no doubt about it. But this decision of the Supreme Court and previous decision of High Court are also discriminatory because they had not upheld the basic spirit of the Indian Constitution under Article 25.
धर्म के अलावा ये सरकार या देश के रिपोर्टर्स या लोग दूसरे इश्यूज पे क्यों नहीं चर्चा करते हैं या लोगों से प्रश्न क्यों पूछते हैं? एलपीजी का इशू है, पेट्रोल इशू आता है, महंगाई का इशू है, बेरोजगारी का इशू है, इस पे भी तो चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमेशा धर्म को लेकर के ही क्यों चर्चा हो?
बड़ा उचित फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, बहुत सोचा समझा ये फैसला है। अदरवाइज इसका इतना नाजायज फ़ायदा लोग उठा रहे थे कि आपने धर्म परिवर्तन किया और उसके बाद आप शेड्यूल कास्ट बन के और उसको आरक्षण का लाभ और भी जो भी सुविधाएं हैं उस सब का लाभ लेना तो ये उचित नहीं था। तो अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट करेगा।
Viewers, a massive fire engulfed an oil refinery, the Valero oil refinery in US's Texas. Now, reports suggest that this happened because of an internal skirmish with the industrial heater. However, we're yet to get a statement on why this may have erupted. Take a look at what happened at the oil refinery.
A loud blast was heard in Texas town of Port Arthur on Monday. The blast resulted in a massive fire at the Valero oil refinery. Due to the massive fire, black plumes of smoke covered the skies above the refinery. The blast and the subsequent oil-fired refinery prompted officials to order residents of the west side of Port Arthur to take shelter. According to reports citing local law enforcement officials, the blast, fire and the smoke was the result of an industrial heater explosion at the oil refinery. So far, no injuries have been reported due to the incident. Officials informed that the blast occurred at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Monday. Eyewitnesses described hearing a loud explosion followed by visible flames and dense smoke billowing from the refinery site. The fire resulted in massive amounts of black smoke rising above the skies and smothering it. Officials from the fire department, emergency rescue services are on the scene to bring down the blaze. As per reports, The refinery has about 770 employees. No injuries have been reported following the incident yet.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held a high-level security meet with the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS being present over the escalating tensions in West Asia and India's readiness response to the tensions. Getting you that and a lot more after this short break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। नहीं तो तुम तो करेंगे। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे? अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला? चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, the Prime Minister addressed the Rajya Sabha's floor earlier today at 2 p.m. In fact, he gave a roundup of India's readiness amid the West Asia tensions and as energy resources now loom to be crunched. We're getting you all the details on that, but first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of a scheduled caste. 2 more Indian ships, LPG carrying ships, pine gas and Jagvasant transit the Strait of Hormuz amid the ongoing war. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables UCC draft bill in the Assembly. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal elections. After Republic Kannada exposes massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, officials take swift action and seal the godown where cylinders were being stored. Cutting across to a fresh breaking development, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is reviewing the West Asia situation and the effect that it has on India's defense preparedness and operational and technological capabilities. Now, it's very important to remember that this comes as the war very decisively came into the central Indian Ocean region, with Iran trying or attempting to strike the Diego Garcia Island, which houses a joint US-UK base. Now, that is just about 1,700 kilometers from India's southern port. And as that happened, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, along with the tri-services chiefs, including the Chief of Defense Staff, held a high-level meeting over the security situation in India and India's defense preparedness amid the rising tensions in West Asia. Now, this comes as India continues to bat for peace, bat for dialogue amid the ongoing escalations in the war so far. Viewers, another RK family trust is being questioned, where Priya Kapoor has now removed Rani Kapoor as the trustee of the RK family trust in New Delhi. Now, Priya Sachdev Kapoor, who is a trustee and a beneficiary of the RK family trust, has issued a formal notice removing Rani Kapoor as a trustee, citing conduct allegedly adverse to the interests of the trust and its beneficiaries. The RK Family Trust was, remember, created in 2017 by Rani Kapoor, with late Sanjay Kapoor as its sole beneficiary during his lifetime. Following his demise in 2025, in the June of 2025, the beneficiary interests in the trust were then devolved upon his legal heirs in accordance with the terms of the trust deed. In fact, in the January of this year, Priya Kapoor issued a cease and desist notice to Rani Kapoor, alleging that certain statements and actions disputing the existence and validation of the trust, along with claims of personal ownership over assets, were inconsistent with the interests of the beneficiaries of the RK Family Trust. In fact, joining us on air is my colleague Sarthak to get us more details. Sarthak, speak to us about the details of the RK Family Trust fiasco.
Well, this is a big development that has taken place in the family dispute that we have been covering for a very long time, ever since the demise of Sanjay Kapoor in June 2025. And this time around, what the information that we have received, that Priya Sachdev Kapoor has served a legal notice to Rani Kapoor, where she has removed her as a trustee in the family trust. Priya Sachdev Kapoor, just to remind the viewers, claims to be the trustee and the beneficiary in the will of Sanjay Kapoor. And she has served this legal notice on 24th March after a similar notice was served by Rani Kapoor on 21st March through Priya Kapoor. And against that, Priya Kapoor has also served a notice where she has said that I'm removing you as a trustee from the will. The argument that she has placed in this legal notice is that Rani Kapoor has simultaneously challenged the validity of the trust in the Delhi High Court, and she has gone against she has asserted her rights in the trust, but at the same time she has questioned the validity of the trust. Which means that from now on, she won't be having any authority.
In fact, Sarthak, we're getting in some more breaking development. We will continue the conversation, but for now, viewers, Indigo Airlines has now come out with a statement over the rising airfare. Now, they have said that higher airfares due to any further cost escalation will severely impact and hit demand. That is the statement that's been made by Indigo, the country's largest airline, which says that international flights in the summer schedule will vary depending on the depending on the West Asia situation, and also flagged that demand will be impacted in case the costs are escalated over the ongoing situation in West Asia. Now, anything that pushes the airfares any higher will also severely dent the demand of air travel. That's the latest that we're getting in from Indigo. Now, as fuel prices continue to skyrocket amid supply tensions, as air routes become wider and bigger horizontally and vertically due to the ongoing tensions, due to missiles being rained in airspaces and countries in the Gulf shutting their airspaces down, airfares have quadrupled for certain routes, and Indigo now says that demand will take a massive hit in case the airfares are not capped anytime soon. Viewers, now shifting focus to the US. A massive fire broke out at an oil refinery in US's Texas on Monday. The incident occurred at the Valero refinery in the city of Port Arthur. The blaze sent towering clouds of black smoke shooting into the sky. Now, as per reports that cite officials working at the facility, the fire was caused due to an industrial heater blast. There are more details in the report that follows. Take a look.
A loud blast was heard in Texas town of Port Arthur on Monday. The blast resulted in a massive fire at the Valero oil refinery. Due to the massive fire, black plumes of smoke covered the skies above the refinery. The blast and the subsequent oil fire refinery prompted officials to order residents of the west side of Port Arthur to take shelter. According to reports citing local law enforcement officials, the blast, fire and the smoke was the result of an industrial heater explosion at the oil refinery. So far, no injuries have been reported due to the incident. Officials informed that the blast occurred at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Monday. Eyewitnesses described hearing a loud explosion followed by visible flames and dense smoke billowing from the refinery site. The fire resulted in massive amounts of black smoke rising above the skies and smothering it. Officials from the fire department, emergency rescue services are on the scene to bring down the blaze. As per reports, the refinery has about 770 employees. No injuries have been reported following the incident yet.
Viewers, now let's take a look at what's happening in Manipur, the state that continues to remain on the edge. Now, fresh crossfire was erupted between the Kuki groups and the Naga Tangkhul groups. Now, this time this happened in the Kamjong district in Manipur. Take a look as tensions continue to climb in the state that was hit by violence just a few months ago.
Tensions are brewing between the Kuki and the Naga groups in Manipur yet again. Fresh crossfiring broke out between the two groups in the Kamjong district of Manipur. Eyewitness reports say the crossfiring was launched from Chasad village in Kamjong district, which is a Kuki-dominated area, towards the Grihang, which is a Tangkhul-dominated village.
On ground, the situation in Manipur continues to remain tense and volatile, with fresh incidents of firing once again exposing the fragile security scenario in the hill districts of Manipur. What we are witnessing is a pattern repeated instance of armed attacks, civilians being targeted, and intermittent firing along vulnerable fringe areas. In the latest incidents, 2 civilians from Sarkafung village in Ukhrul district have been seriously injured after suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire. They are currently undergoing treatment at Ukhrul district hospital.
Just recently, there was heavy exchange of fire between Kuki groups and Naga Tangkhuls in Ukhrul district of Manipur. Ukhrul and Kamjong districts are 2 adjoining districts largely dominated by Tangkhul Nagas, which share a porous border with Myanmar. as investigations expose a direct link of foreign nationals into the militant activities in Manipur, a larger question emerges. Certain elements are working against the restoration of peace in Manipur as tensions between ethnic communities continue to intensify.
Cutting across to a breaking development now. AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has now released the party's manifesto for the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Now, a total of 297 election promises have been made as part of the manifesto. Ration card holders will receive lentils along with rice for one. The AIADMK also stated in its manifesto that all the ration card holders will receive refrigerators. Now, remember, this comes as the state is completely poll bound in a single phase that is to take place on the 23rd of April 2026, less than a month from now. And now the AIADMK has released its manifesto. In fact, the party's General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy fronted the party's manifesto, which says and has made about 297 election promises as the state is now poll bound in less than a month. In fact, two major points that have come out from the manifesto: ration card holders will receive lentils along with rice, and the AIADMK also says that all the ration card holders will also receive refrigerators. This comes as part of the recently released manifesto of the AIADMK. Now, Tamil Nadu is all set to go to polls in a single phase on the 23rd of April. The complete schedule of these elections, now remember, was announced on the 15th of March, and just in a few days from that, the AIADMK has now announced its manifesto. They have made about 297 big promises to the voters in the state. They've also said that all ration card holders, absolutely all of them, will receive refrigerators and also lentils along with rice. We're in fact also being joined by my colleague Sharda from Chennai to get us more details. Sharda, speak to us about the details of the AIADMK manifesto. 297 promises that have been made. That's a lot. Sharda.
As you see, the AIADMK leader Edappadi Palaniswamy just launched the manifesto for the upcoming elections. They have made 297 promises, out of which 17 were already mentioned as the welfare schemes for the people of Tamil Nadu. Now, focusing on education, employment, waiving of loan, and others are the important points that the AIADMK has kept, especially working towards the women of Tamil Nadu, the household workers, learning of the waves and giving them monthly wage of rupees 2,000, free transport for men and women, and also the main important point that's attracting the people is the rupees 10,000 that's been part of the welfare scheme, which will be deposited at once. This is the first part of the manifesto, important points that the AIADMK is focused on. Apart from the welfare schemes, today we know that 297 other points have also been decided by the AIADMK, and the focus is on education and employment is what the AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy has informed. As we can see, the manifesto is right in my hand, and the important, apart from the important promises, what the AIADMK is very confident is on winning 210 seats out of the 234, and that is also imprinted in the manifestos. These manifestos will speak for the AIADMK is what the party believes, and as we just heard the party spokesperson and the former minister Gokul Indra speaking to us, mentioning about the entire manifesto is focused on the women.
Right, Sharda, thanks for getting us those details. Now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking at this hour that comes fresh from the Strait of Hormuz. An aerial view from a passenger airplane shows the number of unaccountable ships that have been stranded in the contentious Strait of Hormuz. Now, this comes as Iranian aggression continues to block the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial oil supply route. These are the visuals of vessels, of commercial shipping vessels that continue to remain stranded as the war has now entered its 25th day. These are the visuals coming straight from the Strait of Hormuz. These are recorded from atop a passenger airplane that flew over the Strait of Hormuz. Look at the number of commercial vessels that continue to remain stuck inside the Strait of Hormuz. Now also remember, at least 20 Indian vessels also remain stranded in the waters, remain on standby in the waters, carrying crucial supplies. These vessels that you can see in your screens, on your screens, they're carrying crucial oil, crude, LPG shipment supply for various countries across the globe, all of them stranded over the escalating tensions between Israel, Iran and the United States that continue to become bigger with each day of the war. Now, the number of vessels that are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, the total number is unknown. In fact, in this video, you can see the unaccounted number of ships that are stranded in the contentious Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, global oil, crude, LPG, LNG supply even now has a gatekeeper, the Iranian aggression over supply vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Now also remember, comes closely after the US has been repeating that their entire modus operandi in this war is going to reclaim the Strait of Hormuz for the larger good, is what the US continues to say. But these visuals completely turn that narrative on its face. These are the visuals. So many commercial shipment vessels stranded in the middle of the waters in the contentious Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, being stranded is not the only problem. Coming under constant Iranian strikes is also a huge issue that these commercial shipment vessels continue to deal with in the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now the Supreme Court has clarified that the SC/ST Protection Act can only be invoked by Hindus, Sikhs or Buddhists. Now this comes as the court has upheld a 1950 order, and the court also mandated that individuals who convert to Islam or Christianity or even other religions will face an immediate loss of the SC/ST status. More in this report. Take a look.
The Apex Court has ruled that people other than Hindus, Sikhs or Buddhists cannot claim to be members of the scheduled caste. Supreme Court has made it clear that people who convert to Islam or Christianity cannot invoke the SC/ST status. As per Article 341 of 1950, the top court highlighted that post-conversion there will be an immediate loss of SC status.
A person who has converted himself from SC/ST caste into Christianity cannot take the benefits of the act. He cannot get the benefits or use its protection also. This is a culmination of a long line of judgments.
Top court upheld an earlier ruling by the Andhra Pradesh High Court over a pastor invoking the SC/ST Act.
This decision of the Supreme Court and previous decision of High Court are also discriminatory because they had not upheld the basic spirit of the Indian Constitution.
अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट करे.
Andhra Pradesh High Court clarified that those who have converted cannot invoke the SC/ST Protections Act. The court reinforced the provisions' availability for only 3 religions: Hindus, Christians and Buddhists.
Getting in a fresh breaking development in the ongoing war. Now Hezbollah's military media has shared a footage from one of its operations targeting the Israeli occupation's Jiva base, which is east of what they call the occupied city of Safad with a barrage of rockets. Now remember, the war that's broken out between Israel and the proxy group Hezbollah that resides deep inside Lebanese territories. Now, strikes and counter-strikes are being exchanged as part of the war. Just earlier today, Israel rained down a barrage of missile strikes on various Hezbollah headquarters, saying that their decision makers were sitting in those headquarters and they were taking lethal decisions against Israeli military, Israeli soldiers and their civilians. Now Hezbollah has retaliated with fresh strikes on Israeli territories. You can see rocket launchers, rocket control rooms, which were used to hit targets inside Israel by the proxy group Hezbollah. This video has been released by the proxy group Hezbollah. Now remember, any warfare does not remain linear, especially the one that's ongoing in West Asia right now, as Israel continues to fight not just Iran, but also proxy groups, including Hezbollah. Now, Israel has been raining multiple targets and strikes inside the Lebanese territories, including in their capital of Beirut. Now, they've said that all of these strikes are to hit Hezbollah military targets. They, in fact, have branded Hezbollah to be a terrorist group. Now, Hezbollah continues to strike Israel amid the ongoing exchange of strikes and counter-strikes. Now, viewers, amid the ongoing hostilities between the United States and Iran, India is stepping up its strategic coordination with Washington. As global uncertainty rises due to the West Asia crisis, top Pentagon official Elbridge Colby arrived in New Delhi on Tuesday. His visit is considered to be of critical importance. Now, parallelly, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also held a call with Marco Rubio, stressing upon urgent talks on oil supply disruptions and international trade risks. India once again emerging as a peacemaker, a global mediator amid the ongoing war. Now, this comes as Indian channels, the External Affairs Ministry, the Prime Minister on one hand, and other Indian channels continue to speak of peace with the stakeholders of the ongoing war. Now, India is stepping up its strategic coordination with Washington also. Now, as global uncertainty rises due to the West Asia crisis, top Pentagon official Elbridge Colby has visited New Delhi today. In fact, listen in to what he has to say.
India's importance stems not only from its size and economic potential, but also from its geography and strategic position. Your country sits astride the Indian Ocean, which is the connective tissue of the Indo-Pacific. India possesses a long tradition of strategic autonomy and a growing capacity to shape events well beyond its borders. It is the largest republic in the world. Its success thus carries profound symbolic and political weight, and has formidable, self-reliant, and capable military forces, willing and able to shoulder significant security responsibilities. For all of these reasons, the United States sees India not merely as a key partner, but as an essential one in ensuring a long-term, favorable balance of power in Asia. At the same time, we approach our partnership with realism, clarity, and a fair dose of humility. Our assessment of the Indo-American partnership has its roots in practicality, what our president frequently calls common sense. In line with this, our approach to the strategic partnership is interest-based and realistic, shaped by geopolitics and incentives, as opposed to gauzy aspirations or detached idealism. We clearly recognize that India has its own interests, its own strategic culture, and its own priorities, and that India is not shy about advancing them. But that is what we want. As our national security strategy and national defense strategy make clear, the United States wants partnerships with vigorous, self-assured states, not with dependencies.
Viewers, on the other side, two more Indian LPG ships, Pine Gas and Jug Vasant, have transited through the Strait of Hormuz amid the ongoing escalations and are supposed to reach the Indian shores very soon. We're getting you all the details after this short break. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। তিনটা কুমার কিনা দিয়েছে আপনি গাড়ি পূর্ণলা তাহলে কোটি টাকা গাড়ি মাথা
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of the news. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's take a quick check of the top stories that we've been tracking for you at the top of this hour. Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of the scheduled caste. Two more Indian LPG ships, Pine Gas and Jagbasan, transit the Strait of Hormuz amid Iran-Israel war. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables UCC draft bill in the Assembly. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal polls. After Republic Kannada exposes massive LPG cylinder hoarding racket, officials take swift action and seal the go-down where the cylinders were hoarded. Viewers, the top story that we are tracking in this edition of the news is that the Supreme Court today upheld Andhra Pradesh High Court's order, which held that once an individual converts to Christianity and actively professes and practices the same, he cannot be regarded as member of the scheduled caste community. Now, the court held that no person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism can be regarded a member of the scheduled caste. Now, conversion to any other religion results in the immediate and complete loss of scheduled caste status. And the court notes that the Constitution Order 1950 made this very clear, and that the bar under this order was absolute. So conversion to any religion not specified in Clause 3 of the 1950 order results in immediate loss of scheduled caste status, regardless of birth. Emphasizing the scope of the law, the bench says that a person cannot simultaneously practice a religion not listed in the 1950 order and claim scheduled caste status. So no, that individual cannot get reservation or any sort of protection under that act if is not Hindu, Buddhist or Sikh. And if he has Islam and Christianity, two religions have been excluded as per the Constitution.
A person who has converted himself from SC/ST caste into Christianity cannot take the benefits of the act. He cannot get the benefits or use its protection also. This is a culmination of a long line of judgments. But today what the court has laid down is very important. It will have a lot of implications for people. And the court was very clear and categorical in saying that once you have converted from SC/ST into Christianity, you do not have the benefit of caste because Christianity does not recognize caste.
In fact, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is calling this move discriminatory. Take a listen into what the AIMMPLB's founding member had to say.
This presidential order was upheld. Just I think it is discriminatory. It is against the basic spirit of the natural justice also. Because we all know that Once a SC is always SC in society. Even if he become Muslim, of course Muslim will not treat him as an inferior citizen or belonging to inferior section of society, but by and large, the Hindus, the majority of the countrymen, treat him as a person belonging to inferior section of social strata. So that's why to deprive them from this protection is, I think, discriminatory, and I do not agree with the decision of the Honorable Supreme Court or the previous decision of the Honorable High Court, Andhra Pradesh.
Meanwhile, there are some political reactions also coming in. We have BJP reacting to the Supreme Court decision. Take a listen in.
धर्म के अलावा ये सरकार या देश के रिपोर्टर्स या लोग दूसरे इश्यूज पे क्यों नहीं चर्चा करते हैं या लोगों से प्रश्न क्यों पूछते हैं? एलपीजी का इशू है, पेट्रोल इशू आता है, महंगाई का इशू है, बेरोजगारी का इशू है, इस पे भी तो चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमेशा धर्म को लेकर के ही क्यों चर्चा होती है? धर्म के अलावा ये सरकार या देश के रिपोर्टर्स या लोग दूसरे इश्यूज पे क्यों नहीं चर्चा करते हैं या लोगों से प्रश्न क्यों पूछते हैं? एलपीजी का इशू है, पेट्रोल इशू आता है, महंगाई का इशू है, बेरोजगारी का इशू है, इस पे भी तो चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमेशा धर्म को लेकर के ही क्यों चर्चा होती है?
बड़ा उचित फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, बहुत सोचा समझा ये फैसला है। अदरवाइज इसका इतना नाजायज फ़ायदा लोग उठा रहे थे कि आपने धर्म परिवर्तन किया और उसके बाद आप शेड्यूल कास्ट बन के और उसको आरक्षण का लाभ और भी जो भी सुविधाएं हैं उस सब का लाभ लेना तो ये उचित नहीं था। तो अभी जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला आया है, मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही सराहनीय है और पूरा समाज इसको एक्सेप्ट करेगा।
Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Dr. Adish Agarwala, joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic TV. And, sir, if you could just explain to us what the Supreme Court has observed, because there are many objections that are being raised now. Sample the AIML, the All India Muslim Person Law Board. They're calling it discriminatory. But the Supreme Court is talking about the bar was absolute in what was mentioned earlier in the 1950 law.
See, political parties have their right to comment anything, but Supreme Court decide the cases as per law, as per constitution.
Yes.
Because Supreme Court has held in this case, the appeal was filed from the High Court of Andhra that when one person who converted himself to be a Christian and he was a pastor and he filed a complaint against other person for invoking, because originally he was SC and he converted to Christianity. He wanted the benefit of being SC and he filed a complaint invoking the SC and ST Prevention of Atrocities Act in a criminal case. So when this was questioned, saying that now you are not SC and you have become Christian, and Christianity don't believe in that there is a caste. See, in Christianity there is no caste. So once you have become so, you can't say that other person of higher class has abused you due to your being C. So the complaint was quashed. So in appeal, the Honorable Supreme Court held, when in Christianity there is no recognition of caste, so you ceases to be the SC and you can't say a person of higher community, he has given name, I being a SC. So that also in Supreme Court it was fairly held that this you can't have the benefit of being the SC once you have joined the Christianity.
Dr. Agarwala, even back in December 2025, Allahabad High Court had also called such a case a fraud on the constitution, going on to say that Christianity, there's no system of caste in Christianity. What have there been in cases, have there been some cases where some misuse has been done using the caste status despite conversions? Because I want to understand the objective behind this observation.
That is to curtail such type of fictitious cases. So Supreme Court have made it very clear so that in future, once they held that you ceases to be SC or ST, once you join a community which is not recognizing any caste system. So it will end of filing such complaints using having the benefit of SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. So in future, once this judgment is passed, now nobody else will be filing criminal complaint that the provisions of SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act should be invoked against the people who have used bad name to that person who became the Christian. Because only in Christianity, caste is not recognized. Other places, it is recognized. Other religion.
Right. So is it because of the nature of, because we've seen that, historically also conversions have happened so as to, escape the atrocities on certain castes as well. Historically, it has been seen. But when you talk about Hinduism, when you talk about Buddhism and Sikhism, that has been a different case. So if you could just explain a bit in more detail that why two religions have been, excluded from this.
Like this Christianity and Muslim, because they don't recognize this caste system in their religion. That's why a person who convert to a Muslim, become Muslim or Christian, they can't invoke the provisions of SC/ST Act.
Right. Right, sir. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Agarwala, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your insights on this story. Now, viewers, shifting focus to the update we're getting in from the war zone. Now, Iran has announced that Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar has replaced Ali Larijani as the security chief of Iran. So, Zolgadar has been named as Larijani's successor. Larijani was eliminated in the US-Israeli strikes, and now this announcement has been made by Tehran as Zolgadar will be the new security chief of Iran. So that is now an announcement that has come in. He is the new Secretary of Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. He's one of the commanders of the IRGC. So he's one of the commanders of the IRGC and is former Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces in charge of Basij. That's a paramilitary volunteer force. He's served as the Strategic Deputy of the Judiciary from 2011 to 2019 and in different positions as well. And he was also the Deputy and Vice Commander of the IRGC, was also appointed as the Deputy for Security and Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Interior during the 9th government. So he has held various top positions, and now he has been named as Ali Larijani's successor. Now, viewers, this comes in as Trump has announced that there is going to be a halt, there's going to be a ceasefire for 5 long days. It's still running, but we've seen that the hostilities still continue in West Asia. Meanwhile, Iran has announced this new security chief, who is the successor of Ali Larijani. In fact, we will continue to show you what Tehran is saying, because there's a video also that has been just released by Iran, who clearly dismisses what Trump has claimed, that it's Tehran who's wanting to hold talks with the United States, because the new wave has also been launched by the IRGC. So Iran maintains that it continues to remain steadfast. It is not going to bow down. It is continuing to, allay or it's countering all the efforts, eliminating every threat. It's countering every threat that is coming in from its rivals. And it also goes on to now name the successor for Ali Larijani. Iran gets a new security chief in Zolghadr. And he has, this is of course, Iran has vowed to fight until complete victory. And you also have to remember that his son, Zolghadr's son-in-law, Qasem Gharibabadi, is an envoy who represented Iran at the IAEA and other global bodies. So he's a retired Iranian military commander, and he's filling in the shoes of slain predecessor Ali Larijani. And Larijani was killed in last week's joint strikes by US and Israel. And Zolghadr reached the rank of brigadier general in IRGC, had been serving as the secretary of Iran's Expediency Council. And he headed the IRGC's educational division in the 1980s. Also commanded the IRGC's irregular warfare headquarters and the Ramazan headquarters. He was appointed the deputy chief of general staff of Iranian armed forces for Basij-related affairs in 2007. And he also, in 2012, he became the deputy judiciary chief for strategic affairs. And also, it has to be noted that his wife, Sadiqa Begum Hijazi, has served as the Director General of the Office of Women and Family Affairs. So he has been in several positions for decades, and he's a senior leader and a senior military leader as well, retired military leader. And now it has been announced via state television that Muhammad Bakr Zolghadr has been now named as the Security Council chief, and he is the Security Council secretary, former Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander, and he's been appointed as the security chief. We have geopolitical expert Rupinder Sachdeva joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. And this is again, a message that is being sent out from Iran that it is undeterred. And while it launches a new wave, it also names a new security chief, Ali Larijani's successor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's, to convey that it's undeterred. Plus also one more thing, that it is business as usual, let's say, or that the so-called, what we call the regime is intact, it's functioning, the government is functioning. And also it indicates,
I have to interrupt you there. We have breaking news coming in right now. President Donald Trump just spoke with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and both the leaders have discussed the ongoing situation in Middle East, including the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. So Modi, the Prime Minister of India, has spoken to US President Donald Trump. This has been posted by US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, in a post on social media. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Donald Trump, both discussing ongoing situation in the Middle East. That also includes the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. And that's the big development coming in. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Donald Trump just today after that Donald Trump announces a halt in the hostilities. He now speaks to Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a phone call. US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, tweets that Donald Trump just spoke with Prime Minister Modi. They discussed the ongoing situation in the Middle East, including the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. And that's a very, very important update that is coming in right now. And we've seen that the Prime Minister today in the Rajya Sabha also assured that he's in touch with the leaders in West Asia also. As far as the Strait of Hormuz remains the top concern for India. That has been time and again indicated by New Delhi, indicated by the government of India, that several of the Indian seafarers who are stuck their safety is our top priority. Donald Trump continues to talk about Strait of Hormuz, how it can be opened. He talks about striking a deal with Iran. And we've seen that how Prime Minister Modi has been speaking to Iranian leaders as well. He's been in touch with recently, a few days back, amidst the hostilities, amid the escalation. He's spoken to Iranian authorities, Iraq as well. And now, today, he has spoken to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, discussing the West Asia war, discussing the situation as far as Hormuz is concerned. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, tell us more details about this phone call, please.
Well, you see, the details insofar as Prime Minister's office is concerned are still awaited, but what we are getting to here is that Prime Minister has spoken to US President Donald Trump, and the information is coming in through American sources. In fact, US Ambassador to New Delhi, Sergio Gore, who's as of now in Maldives, has posted on his social media handle X that President Donald Trump just spoke with Prime Minister Modi. They discussed the ongoing situation in the Middle East, including the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. Now, remember, the Strait of Hormuz is open on a case-to-case basis. As we speak, 2 LPG tankers have crossed over from the west of the Hormuz to east and are on way to India, carrying about 92,000 metric tons of gas, which is enough for 2 days of supplies and distribution, or India's consumption, daily consumption. And even otherwise, Prime Minister is perhaps the only world leader who has spoken to the Israelis and to the Arab side, as also the Iranian side, at the level of the President of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, twice in the last 10 days. And that's going good. In fact, Prime Minister made 2 statements in the Parliament, one in the Lok Sabha and one in the Rajya Sabha, where he called for both the sides to stop hostilities and that Hormuz should not be disrupted, specifically the energy infrastructure. In fact, we saw how in a couple of hours from Prime Minister's statement yesterday, we had that announcement from President Trump, though of course it's being practiced more in breach than otherwise, and there is no ceasefire effectively on the ground. The war was anyway tapering off with hardly any targets left, to quote President Trump, to be hit in Iran. The fact of the matter is that the world is getting war weary, and the energy disruption is becoming serious. As we speak, just an hour back, Philippines has imposed a national emergency. Rationing of fuel is happening across the world in geographies, including for the first time in a country in Europe. Even if a small one like Slovenia. We have seen rationing happening in Sri Lanka in our neighborhood, in Pakistan and Bangladesh in our neighborhood, and it's really affecting a global economy. Organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, the WHO, and even the United Nations have warned that this can really have long-term consequences in terms of making the economic growth anemic. And I think Donald Trump responding there yesterday with that announcement, which, as I said, still is not getting reflected on the ground in terms of cessation of attacks either from the Israeli side or the Iranian side, though, of course, the intensity might have tapered off. Having said that, the announcement coming in from the American side of a phone call between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. Remember, this is the second phone call that has happened since the announcement of the deal that had happened almost a month and a half back. And that is indicative, in a way, of connections getting re-established at the very top after some frostiness that was there on the issue of Indo-US trade deal between New Delhi and Washington, D.C.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for joining us. And in fact, Rabindra Sachdeva continues to be with us. Mr. Sachdeva, how do you see this development? Just 3 days ago, the Prime Minister spoke to Iran's President Mohammad Pezeshkian, and now he holds talks with the US President also.
Thank you. No, it's definitely, I mean, this is something which had to happen, which must have, which is a must to happen. I mean, India is one of the world's, we're the largest people on planet Earth. We are neighbors to this region. We have the strongest navy in this region, so to say. It's a maritime affair. We got a very highly effective navy. We got deep interest. We got a large number of our diaspora. And India's voice counts. Prime Minister Modi's charisma counts. Now, as Trump is trying to, I think what he's trying to do is he's curating, let's say, an end game. Right now, the war is on, by the way, for our viewers. It's not that the war has paused. The war is very much on. The only thing which Trump has done is that he has delayed bombing the power plants in Iran. For that, he has given a 5-day deadline. And if that were to start, the retaliation from Iran is expected to be attacks on the GCC countries, again, power projects and grids, and also the drinking water desalination plants. 80% of GCC fresh water drinking comes through desalination plants. That would have created a chaos. So what Trump is trying to do is to build more pressure, assemble more forces. The Marines are still on the way. Okay, the paratroopers are apparently getting together somewhere in Turkey or one of the NATO bases there. Okay, they are continuing to, attack. And they are continuously, I would say, their intelligence is searching for where the top leader is. And if they can find him, they'll assassinate him. So everything is on. Okay. Now, when all of this is on, they still don't know if Iran will succumb or if Iran's back, so-called, has been broken and it will agree to everything that they say. That's what they want.
Right.
Now, in this building of pressure, they need also an endorsement, a support of India towards peace as a big picture. Right. India and our Prime Minister, with our credo always, you see, wars have to end with diplomacy and dialogue. We've been pushing for that. Right now, what Trump is assembling, it seems, is the hardware. It's already, implementing or dropping the hardware. But now, to bring a ceasefire and to maintain that ceasefire and to have that narrative globally.
Right, sir.
Okay, it's important to have India's role in it.
Absolutely. Well, many thanks, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining us on Republic TV. That's all the time we have, viewers, in this edition of the news. We'll be right back with more breaking developments and more details on this conversation between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। তিনটা কুমাল কিনা নিচে আর তুমি গাড়ি পূর্ণ হলা তাহলে ওই টাকা গাড়ি মাথা
Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of the scheduled castes. Two more Indian LPG carrying ships find gas in Jagwasant transit Strait of Hormuz amid Iran-Israel war on way to Indian ports. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables the Uniform Civil Code draft bill in the State Assembly in Gandhinagar. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's Janta Unnayan Party, the AJUP, for upcoming West Bengal elections. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Donald Trump on the ongoing West Asia war situation. Both leaders speak on importance of keeping Strait of Hormuz open. Right, let's begin with the breaking news coming in on Pakistan's mediation aimed amid the conflict between the United States and Iran. Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi has waded into the waters. She has said, and I quote, "We should think about the fact that we used to say we are a Vishwaguru and that we are peacemakers, whether in the context of the Ukraine war or otherwise. But today, our current situation is different." Priyanka Gandhi clearly taking a swipe at the government for not being the mediator and instead Pakistan being the case. Do we have a soundbite? Can we play the soundbite of Priyanka Gandhi, Vadra? She was speaking in the parliament, reacting to the news reports that Pakistan might be mediating. We don't know whether Pakistan is mediating. It's been not confirmed by the White House, but Priyanka Gandhi seems to have a confirmation. Let's listen to her.
मैम पाकिस्तान मध्यस्थता कर रहा है, इस तरह की रिपोर्ट्स हैं और लगातार मोदी जी भी बोलते थे कि सारे देशों के साथ रिलेशन विश्वगुरु की बात करते थे, क्या कहेंगे? पाकिस्तान मीडिएटर का रोल हमें सोचना चाहिए कि हम कहते थे हम विश्वगुरु हैं, हम कहते थे कि हम ही सब पीस मेकर हैं, चाहे यूक्रेन का जंग हो, और हम आज ये स्थिति है। तो मैम पाकिस्तान मध्यस्थता कर रहा है, इस तरह की रिपोर्ट्स हैं और लगातार मोदी जी भी बोलते थे कि सारे देशों के साथ रिलेशन विश्वगुरु की बात करते थे, क्या कहेंगे? पाकिस्तान मीडिएटर का रोल हमें सोचना चाहिए कि हम कहते थे हम विश्वगुरु हैं, हम कहते थे कि हम ही सब पीस मेकर हैं, चाहे यूक्रेन का जंग हो, और हम आज ये स्थिति है।
All right, another breaking and the kind of impact that the war is happening is far and wide. Philippines has declared a national emergency. Its president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has declared a state of national energy emergency in response to the conflict in the Middle East and what he calls an imminent danger posed to the country's energy supplies. Marcos said a committee has been formed to ensure the orderly movement, supply, distribution and availability of fuel, food, medicines, agricultural products and other essential goods. So it's even as India carries out its own measures, including setting up of group of ministers and group of secretaries or groups of ministers and secretaries to tide over the situation of the crisis, and Prime Minister himself working the phones in the Middle East geography with all the world leaders to make sure India's energy supplies are not disrupted. World over, you are seeing the impact of the war and the disruption caused. Philippines now declaring a national emergency. We have seen Sri Lanka imposing similar measures, including increase in fuel prices and rationing and whatnot. All right. In the case of India, the LPG supplies are under strain, severe strain, in fact, as the war enters its fourth week, triggering panic buying in some cases, hoarding allegations in other cases, and in fact, evidence that hoarding by those having political backing is going on from Karnataka to Odisha, to Jammu and Kashmir, to Uttar Pradesh, to Madhya Pradesh. Every state, it seems that some rogue elements are taking advantage of this situation. And of course, political is sparring across those states. From raids on illegal stockpiling in major cities and a huge demand surge to gas crunch, that's deepening. Here are the details.
As the war enters its fourth week, India's energy security is taking a massive hit. Major cities are reeling under a sharp LPG crunch despite official assurances that domestic supplies remain sufficient. Officials have cracked down on gas agencies that have illegally stockpiled LPG cylinders amid the crunch. In Karnataka, police and the food department carried out a joint inspection where agency staff reportedly confessed to hoarding LPG cylinders.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಎಂಟ್ಕಂತು ಏನೋ ಒಂದಾಯ್ತು, ಬಿಸಿಲು, ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಯಾರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ನನಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಫೈರ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟವ್ರಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ರೀ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪೇ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಆ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು
ಅಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್,
ನೀವೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಿರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆದಂಡ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೇಲ್ನವರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು
ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನಂತ?
ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ದಾಸ್ತಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ. ಏನು ಬೀಗ ತಗ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ,
ತೋರಿಸಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
The investigation took a political turn when the staffers allegedly claimed they were pressured by the Karnataka Food and Consumer Minister to halt the raid.
ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ? ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೈದೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ? ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು ಅಂತಷ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ್ರಂತ
ಯಾರು
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೇನಪ್ಪ ಅವತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಇವರು ಕೆ ಎಚ್ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪರ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಫೋನ್ನ, ಅವರೇ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಜೆಡಿಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಂತವರು. ಬಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ. ಅದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಆಯ್ತು, ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್.
ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ? ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಅದು ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ.
The situation is equally dire in Maharashtra. Panic-stricken citizens thronged gas distribution centers as bookings for domestic cylinders have surged. Daily demand has skyrocketed from 10,000 to 60,000 units, completely overwhelming the state's distribution capacity, which currently caps out at just over 20,000 cylinders per day. Srinagar is facing the crunch as decade-old eatery outlets and commercial kitchens have now shut down.
गैस की बात यह है कि हमको गैस बहुत मुश्किल से मिल रही है. कभी एक सिलेंडर मिल गया, कभी दो मिल गए. तो जो हमारा किचन है, किचन तो तकरीबन आधे से ज़्यादा बंद पड़ी है. वो गैस के कारण ही बंद पड़ी है, क्योंकि गैस हमको मिल नहीं रही.
In a tragic turn of events, a restaurant owner committed a suicide, allegedly over commercial LPG shortage. Political pressure is also mounting as opposition has pressured the government over LPG shortages. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has questioned the union government's preparedness and urged immediate intervention. Meanwhile, in Rajya Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses the shortage, insisting the nation is equipped to handle the volatility.
युद्ध के बाद से ही हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट में जहाजों का आना जाना बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण हो गया है, लेकिन विपरीत परिस्थितियों के बावजूद हमारी सरकार ने संवाद से, कूटनीति के माध्यम से रास्ते बनाने का प्रयास किया है। प्रयास ये है कि जहां से भी संभव हो वहां से तेल और गैस की सप्लाई भारत पहुंचे।
As energy prices pinch, the cost of living continues to climb elsewhere. After Zomato, Swiggy has now hiked its platform fee by 2.59 rupees. However, relief may be on the horizon as more LPG tankers are currently bound for Indian shores. Two major carriers, the Jug Vasant and Pine Gas, have successfully transited the Strait of Hormuz to help stabilize the national supply, jointly carrying over 92,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas.
All right, out of the 20-odd ships that are stuck on the west side of the Hormuz, so far as India is concerned, two more are making their way towards Indian ports. And the Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways has said that Jug Vasant and Pine Gas with 92,000 plus metric tons of LPG have transited through the Hormuz, and they have Indian crew, 33 and 27 respectively. On the screen are pictures of the two LPG carriers, Jug Vasant and Pine Gas, and they would be docking at Indian ports in a couple of days, 26th and 28th of March respectively. The Jug Vasant reaching 26th of March, between 26th and 28th of March anytime, and these are slow-moving vessels, but safely out of the danger zone, safely out of the war zone, and that's what Prime Minister was mentioning in his Rajya Sabha address, that a tremendous amount of diplomacy is going into making sure that India's energy disruption is minimal. It's all, of course, there because the production is not happening, and so the supplies are stuck. And yet, these are two more ships coming out. Two ships had come back earlier from the Gulf carrying LPG gas of roughly the same amount of 90,000 plus metric tons, enough for about 1.5 days. This one also for 1.5 days, but still, supplies remain a worry. Okay, now Donald Trump announced last evening that ceasefire is going to be there because talks are on between the two warring sides, the United States and Iran. Iran, of course, denied it, but it seems there is some accusations now that talks are underway through missile strikes. IRGC has said that we are negotiating with the child-killing aggressors through impact-based operations. So effectively, there is no ceasefire. Iran continues to maintain that they are talking only through the language of strikes with missiles and drones. Missiles carry a Quranic message. Indeed, we will take retribution from the criminals. That's what Iranian media is quoting and releasing pictures of more strikes that have been carried out by the Iranians on Israeli targets. Okay. Because it's war and there is no ceasefire, neither from Israel nor from Iran, Israel has now extended the national state of emergency until April 14th. The government extended the state of emergency in the home front across the country until mid-April. And these are Israeli media reports because obviously there is no ceasefire as announced by President Trump. He was speaking to himself and he was talking to himself when he decided that let there be ceasefire, but the ceasefire is only for the American forces, it seems, because the Israelis and the Iranians continue to exchange missiles and drones And as we saw in the case of IRGC statement, so in this decision of Israel that national emergency is set to continue till April 14th. Moving on to another breaking. Okay, are we looking at the possibility of another conflict panning out this time in Southeast Asia? Because there is a war in Europe, there is a war in the Middle East, and now a major confrontation between China and the Philippines near the Scarborough Shoal. And remember the 9-dash line, remember the South China Sea, the contested waters, and in this case the Scarborough Shoal. And these are pictures coming in of a clash that's taken place between Philippine and Chinese vessels. So we don't know whether these are official coast guards or navies or semi-private militias, but maritime militia vessels can be seen harassing about 20 plus Filipino fishing boats, and that's well within inside the exclusive economic zone of Philippines. Manila has deployed its coast guard, and they have also deployed other frigates for the protection of their fishing vessels. And one of those fishing vessels, one of those frigates captured the confrontation between the Chinese militias and the Philippine fishing boats there in the Scarborough Shoal waters. We have these pictures. Do we have nets? Can we play the nets? All right, even as the war pauses briefly, according to President Trump, on the ground it does not. Signals are emerging that perhaps some talks are happening in that direction to give diplomacy a chance, because these are Israeli officials being quoted as saying that President Trump is making a strong push to secure a deal with Iran. Of course, non-committal is still on whether Israel would stop the strikes that are making Iran retaliate.
According to media reports, 3 senior Israeli officials have said that Trump is showing signs and is strongly determined to push for negotiations. This is following his recent decision to pause strikes on Iran's power infrastructure. The US president has claimed that productive conversations are underway aimed at a resolution of the conflict. But Tehran is flatly rejecting those claims, insisting there are no direct talks with Washington. Iran has called Trump's statements psychological operations, aimed at influencing oil markets and buying time. On the ground, however, the conflict is far from over, with missile exchanges continuing between Iran and Israel. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively disrupted, sending global oil prices higher and adding to pressure on all sides. Back-channel diplomacy is underway through intermediaries, but the gap between the two sides remain wide. So while Washington talks of a deal, Tehran denies any engagement, and the war continues alongside the diplomacy.
All right, another breaking. Sirens sound as Kuwait air defenses intercept Iranian missiles and drones. Sirens could be heard across Kuwait on Tuesday, and this is yet another evidence, if one more was needed, that the ceasefire is being practiced more in its breach. Take a listen. All right, moving on. We did not have those nets. So moving on, the spokesperson for the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is urging a de-escalation of hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon as peacekeepers reported continued heavy exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line. That's roughly with the Litani River. Take a look at this report.
I can tell you that we also remained deeply concerned about the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel over UNIFIL. Over the weekend, UNIFIL peacekeepers reported continued exchanges of fire in both directions along the Blue Line, as well as intense airstrikes across their area of operations in southern Lebanon. UNIFIL observed continued Israeli defense military activities and assets concentration across their area of operations, alongside clashes in several areas, particularly in the vicinity of Khiam in Sector East and Aitarun in Sector West. Today, UNIFIL reported an explosion within their own headquarters in Nukora, with smoke observed emanating from a structure believed to have been caused by ammunition. There are no reported casualties, and the full extent of the damage is still being evaluated.
All right, now we are coming back to the sirens that were sounded off in Kuwait by the defenses because they were intercepting an Iranian missile and some drones. Can we hear the sounds, the net sounds? We have the visuals, let's hear them, and that's testimony to the fact that the war is still on, there is no ceasefire. Listen in. All right, this is all we could pack for you in this bulletin. Of course, short break, and more of the war coverage continues on the other side at 7 p.m.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर का मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hoop that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू. अरे आलू से नहीं होगा. तुम डॉक्यूमेंट गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा चला हो ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे कहीं क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप करिए गाड़ी जा ही रहा है, गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है, गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है। आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी everyday.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? तुमको कमाल किया तो नीचे अब गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अनुसार ही होगा तुमचा कुमार केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी माकळा
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. This is our special segment on the war so far. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, also being joined by my colleague Rakshita Mishra.
Thank you so much, Gesu. And we'll straight away go to the update we're getting in about the Modi-Trump call. Trump has dialed Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and now the Prime Minister has shared details of this call. I just quote. He has detailed out his call with Donald Trump. I quote, received a call from President Trump and had a useful exchange of views on the situation in West Asia. India supports de-escalation and restoration of peace at the earliest. Ensuring that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, secure and accessible is essential for the whole world. We agree to stay in touch regarding efforts towards peace and stability. So we see that it's Donald Trump who has called Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, viewers, we've seen that Donald Trump is now trying to get as many people. He's trying to talk to people, more and more people. India being a strong partner, and he has now spoken to the Prime Minister of India. And the Prime Minister says that he has agreed to stay in touch in efforts towards peace and stability. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Details coming in on the Trump-Modi call. And this is about the situation in West Asia and a key focus, of course, on the Strait of Hormuz.
Exactly, and this keeps India's resolve unshaken. India emerges as a global peacemaker. Even now, the US President Donald Trump has dialed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, giving him a complete rundown of the situation so far in West Asia. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to his social media platform on X, where he deliberated each moment of that phone call. He said that the two leaders spoke about de-escalation. He maintained that India continues to campaign behind peace. India continues to campaign for de-escalation amid the ongoing war in West Asia.
Right. So, in fact, we have defense expert Major General AJB Jaini joining us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you see this development that is coming in right now? Donald Trump now is has spoken to Narendra Modi as he tries to reach out to world leaders after what he calls is a halt in the hostilities. Prime Minister Modi saying that the Strait of Hormuz has been discussed.
Well, I'm glad you called me on to the phono for this issue. The facts are very few and very important. The very first fact is that this particular conflict between Iran, Israel and America has caused a tremendous damage to the whole world. The complete world economy is in total schmozzles because of this war of choice. I would call it as a war of choice because this war had neither any political aim. If there was a political aim of reducing the regime change, then they got on to the nuclear issue. Then they said, no, it is reducing the missiles. So the political aim kept on changing, the goalpost kept on changing. But whatever that may be, and having said that, it has caused tremendous damage to the whole world, irrespective of every country. Point one. Point two is that India's policy on this particular conflict has been very clear and specific. We want peace. We want negotiations. We want talks to take place so that, the conflicting the parties at conflict can come to some conclusion. But the fact remains, having said that whenever talks have taken place, the Western powers have tried to dominate and be the bloody dada. You would recall that in June 25, the talks were taking place and Iran was coming about in trying to reduce their nuclear capability. And the 10th day, it was a 10-day talk. And the 9th day, the Israelis Netanyahu went and bombed Iran. The same thing, exactly the same thing has happened. The Carter Doctrine has taken place where the talks were going on. Iran was coming about and they went and bombed them. And, they killed Khomeini and the other leaders and caused so much of mayhem. Now, whatever their aim might have been, that by bombing and then by that destruction, let me say one thing very clearly. Iran is a 7,000-year-old culture. They have known the spirit of sacrifice, the spirit of shahadat. And right from 1906, from the constitutional trouble which they had, till the Shah of Iran, and thereafter in 1979, when the Islamic revolutionary people, the revolution took place and Khomeini came into power, these people have suffered. They have suffered. This very revolutionary regime very recently killed 40,000 people. 40,000 people have given shahadat. So if the Americans think that they can walk away, and they have got into a quagmire. So now to conclude my phono, I would just say that Trump and his party have put themselves into serious jam. They are looking for an honorable exit. I would personally read as a military planner, as a military analyst, that they will not even get a dishonorable exit, leave alone an honorable exit. So that is why he is going around. You can just imagine, just see, as a military planner, I'm left wondering that the world's biggest navy, the strongest navy with hundreds of submarines, dozens of aircraft carriers, is begging 7 countries to come to their help, to open the Straits of Hormuz. And they have got their own fleet carriers, the Gerard, the Donald Trump and whatever, names they have given their aircraft carriers. They have removed their carriers thousands of miles away. And they're wanting Italy, Germany, France, Japan, everybody to come and help them. So, to end my thing, ma'am, if the talks are taking place and because all this 5 days thing, I am not granting it much, This is just a kind of a pause which Trump is looking for. They've run out of their missiles, they've run out of their steam, they've run out of their thinking.
Absolutely, clearly, that is very much visible, sir. General Jaini, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. And Gesu, we are also being joined by Abhishek Kapoor from the newsroom.
Right, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast to get us more updates on the matter. Abhishek, India maintains, it has once again emerged at the fore of being a global peacemaker, with US President Donald Trump now calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and at the center of this conversation remains the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, absolutely. So if you go by Prime Minister's post, what comes out clearly is that President Trump called him, which means that America really wants India on board on all decisions connected with the war from here on. And obviously President Trump would have spoken to Prime Minister about his decision on ceasefire, would have briefed him about what went into the ceasefire, because remember, even now the Iranians continue to maintain that they have not had any word with Americans directly or indirectly, and that there might be other interlocutors who are wanting the war to end and so might have prevailed upon the Americans and specifically President Trump. Also, Prime Minister in the post reiterates what he mentioned in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha earlier in the day, Lok Sabha yesterday, that Strait of Hormuz is significant not just for India but for everyone in every geography, given the kind of disruption that's really happened of energy supplies around the world because of the war. So Prime Minister, we are told, has expressed India's concerns specifically on the situation and how it's going to impact a great mass of humanity in terms of the disrupted energy supplies. We are told that both the leaders were on board and look in the same direction and agreed that at the soonest possible time. An end to this situation has to be brought. We are also told that President Trump continued to maintain that some kind of change of regime in the in Iran has to happen for the war to have attained its objectives and for the Americans to really wind down from here on. But having said that, this is the only information we have. But it's significant for India's diplomacy that President Trump has used the opportunity and called Prime Minister Modi and briefed him about his decision on ceasefire, what it means, what impact it's going to have. And the two leaders discussed how things go forward from here and how India's concerns are addressed. Remember, the United States has unsanctioned both Iranian and Russian oil in the high seas, and that has given some reprieve to India with oil supplies taken care of. In fact, that's got reflected in all the statements that have come in from the government, be it from the Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister's statement in the Parliament, both in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, as also in the oil briefing, which happened a couple of hours back, the interministerial briefing. There is a picture of confidence that we would be successfully tiding over the situation insofar as crude supplies and petrol and diesel supplies are concerned. But there are some concerns about on gas, and that have been hopefully discussed in this meeting. A more detailed statement from the Ministry of External Affairs is awaited, Gesu.
Definitely. Thanks very much for getting us a rundown of everything that's been ongoing, Abhishek. In fact, also being joined by retired Major General P.K. Sehgal to get us more updates on the matter.
Right, Major General P.K. Sehgal, thanks so much for joining us and good evening, sir. There have been a lot of talk amongst the diplomats and even, the Finnish leader has also been wondering if India could play a role, because we've seen that India has this ability to maintain a working relationship with all sides. We've seen this in the Russia-Ukraine conflict as well. And right now also 3 days ago, the Prime Minister was speaking to the Iranian president, and today Trump reaches out to him. So there are two things here what we see, sir, as Abhishek was pointing out, what Trump is trying to do, but in your understanding, what role can India also play here?
India has a very important role to play because we've got very friendly relations with Israel, with Iran, with the Gulf countries, as well as with America. And India is in an absolutely comfortable position because we've got absolutely outstanding relations. Most of the Middle Eastern countries have given the highest civilian award to Prime Minister Modi. Under these circumstances, the only nation who in actuality can be helpful and who can convince the Israelis as well as the Iranians to come to some sort of negotiation is India. And I'm very certain that Prime Minister Modi will go flat out to ensure that this war ceases, because the consequences of this war are very grim, not only for India but for the entire world. Irrespective of whether you are a participant in this war or you're not a participant of the war, the entire world is beginning to suffer enormously because of the energy crisis. Not only is the energy crisis of consequence, 35 to 40% of the world's urea, that is fertilizer, comes from this area, and the crop production across the globe will be affected. Similarly, almost about 40 to 45% of sulfur and helium comes from this area. The raw materials for plastics come from this area. In addition, the raw material for production of generic medicines that India has become a worldwide hub for it also comes from this area.
Right,
all that notwithstanding, the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critically vital because 20% of world's oil flows from this area. And even if today, hypothetically, if the ceasefire is called with effect from tomorrow, the consequences will be grim for the rest of the world. Even if Strait of Hormuz is open for the next at least a year and a half to 2 years, because the damage that has been inflicted on the infrastructure as far as the oil and gas and pipelines are concerned is so enormous that it will take almost more than a year plus to repair those facilities and once again start the oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. As far as America is concerned, America is absolutely and totally realized that neither their military aim nor their political aim can be achieved. As far as Israel is concerned, Israel also must have realized that there is no way that they can achieve their military aim or their political aim. Even in Gaza, despite the fact that they've been fighting there for the last 2.25 years, they have not been able to achieve any military or political aim of theirs. As far as regime change is concerned, there is no way, absolutely no way that Iranian government will accept it. In fact, the regime that is coming to being is the harder and the tougher regime than the previous regime.
Right. Major General P.K. Sehgal, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. In fact, we're also being joined by Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi to get us more updates onto the matter. So your first comments on the fact that India once again has been pulled to the fore as a global peacemaker, even though the war came decisively crawling close to the Indian Ocean region, just about 1,700 kilometers from our southern shore. And even then, India continues to front the global peace narrative amid the ongoing escalations.
This was very well known when this war started, sometimes around 28th February, that you can start a war, but you don't know when it is to end. Though President Donald Trump had been saying it will take 4 days and I'll finish it and I'll start. It doesn't happen that way. Iran is not Venezuela, or Iran is not a small country. It is a huge country with a great civilization, the people who are committed to the nation. Therefore, I think definitely there is a misjudgment on the part of America. However, there was a need to definitely ensure that Iran does not become a nuclear power. To that extent, some success has been achieved by these two, Israel and Iran, Israel and USA. However, as far as the regime change, of course, Khamenei is gone, but his son is there. The people, the Republican guards are in command. The complete administration is functioning. Though, of course, the damage has been astronomically high. The infrastructure, the people, the casualties, the medical facilities, everything has suffered a lot. And as far as the fuel and energy part is concerned, I think it has taken a severe beating. It is going to affect the whole world, the complete global powers. And this has now been realized by America that this part they need to resolve at the earliest. Otherwise, it will have cascading effect all throughout. Though, of course, I think the war definitely will end in about 2 to 3 weeks maximum. But it will have repercussions for at least 2 to 3 months. By the time everything stabilizes, it will take at least 10 to 12 weeks. And therefore, one has to remain careful, vigilant, and also look for measures to ensure that we as Indians suffer the least as far as energy crisis is concerned. And we should all contribute to this part, because this is not something what we have invited. It has come to us because of somebody else. Every Indian has to contribute and ensure that it uses the minimum energy, cares for others, and hoarding is stopped. People do not hoard this, and we become good Indians and care for others. That, I think, will be the best thing that all Indians can contribute to the nation.
Okay. My thanks, General Chaturvedi, for joining us with your thoughts on this development. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. It is Pakistan now issuing a statement, trying very hard to become a mediator. He says, welcomes and fully supports the ongoing efforts to pursue dialogue. Pakistan wanting to mediate claims it's subject to US not. Shehbaz Sharif said that Pakistan mediation is subject to concurrence by America after offering its airspace to attack Iran. Pakistan now wants to mediate. Pakistan now says that it is ready to mediate, but of course, it has to listen to its master, that is Washington, D.C. It is waiting for the White House's nod. And this is Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister, the so-called Prime Minister of Pakistan, who is saying that we want to mediate, but we, of course, have to wait for US nod, because clearly the strings are in the hands of Donald Trump. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the latest that has come in from the war in West Asia. In southern Iran, a strike on a school in Manipur killed over 160 children. Now, Iran has released a fresh CCTV footage that claims to show the moment of that attack. Here's more.
Newly released CCTV footage from the Iranian authorities is shedding light on the devastating strike on a school in Manipur. The video appears to show the moment a missile strikes near a compound adjacent to the school, followed by massive explosions. The attack took place on the 28th of February during school hours when hundreds of students were inside the building. The elementary school in Manipur was heavily damaged, with its roof collapsing and trapping children beneath the rubble.
Today, in the face of the more than 1,300 innocent lives lost and over 7,000 people injured, including a 6-month-old baby struggling for his life, the international community must not remain silent.
According to Iranian officials and multiple international reports, more than 160 children were killed, making it the deadliest civilian attack of the war thus far. Iranian ambassador to the United Nations is seeking international condemnation and accountability for the attack. Iran has blamed the United States for the strike, claiming it was carried out as part of ongoing military operations in the region. The strike has triggered global condemnation, with the United Nations calling for accountability as the war continues to exact a devastating toll on children and civilians.
Viewers, the biggest fear of this war spreading into a wider area is now probably coming true. With constant Iranian missile attacks on Saudi Arabia, UAE and even Qatar, the countries which were not originally a part of the war are now looking to side with the US as Iran continues to rain a barrage of missile strikes on the Gulf countries at large, their energy infrastructure completely hit and flattened. Take a look at this.
What began as a conflict between Iran, the US and Israel is now threatening to pull in the wider Middle East. The Gulf states are getting angry after Iranian strikes targeted energy infrastructure as well as civilian sites across the region. Iran insists that it is not targeting its neighboring Muslim countries.
به یک نگاه و به یک باور جدیدی برسیم. این دو تا کنار هم قرار گرفت. در این باور ما بعد از نماز دعا می‌خوندیم. خدایا هر فقیری رو غنی کن. هر گرسنه‌ای رو سیر کن. هر گرفتاری رو گرفتاریش رو رهبر عزیز ما رو شهید کردن.
But for the Gulf countries, missile landings on their soil and disrupting everyday life are being seen as a direct attack on their sovereignty. The Strait of Hormuz has also become a major flashpoint. The narrow waterway handles a significant portion of the world's oil shipments. A waterway which has now been blockaded by Iran, which has also now drawn up concerns from the Gulf countries surrounding Iran. The situation is now shifting from a direct Iran versus Israel conflict into a broader regional standoff, with the Gulf countries being agitated because of Iran and now willing to choose sides.
Now, viewers, Iran had badly struck 2 Israeli cities, and one of them was Dimona. We have a ground report coming in from the city of Dimona. It was hit by a ballistic missile launched by Iran just day before yesterday. It injured at least 64 people. Around right now, unofficially, it's around 100 people could have lost their lives. But more importantly, it was home to the Nuclear Research Center. And in the visuals that we're going to show you, it depicts the destruction that has been caused by just one ballistic missile system, which also hit a residential complex with such a force that it was reduced into a rubble within seconds. It also speaks volumes about the cracks in the air defense system, which Israel boasts of. Take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague.
The Iranian rocket hit here at this neighborhood of the city of Dimona, and it is less than 20 kilometers from the nuclear site of Israel. And just if the rocket would hit there, it could be a big disaster, not just for Israel, but to the whole region. And you can still see this smoke here, and the security forces of Israel are still working here. It's really hard to speak. And this is what is happening just from one ballistic rocket. This residential area of the city of Dimona was completely destroyed just by one Iranian ballistic missile. The city is located in the south of Israel, not so far away from the Dead Sea, but also from a strategic nuclear site of Israel, which is located about 20 kilometers from here. And you can see how much destruction was caused just by one ballistic rocket. And this residential area is completely destroyed. You can see here the teddy bear. You can see the children, families lived here. And just by fortune, because Israelis are used to go on time to the bomb shelter, and their alert system that is alerting to all the Israeli citizens to go to protected areas about 10 minutes, sometimes even 15 minutes before the blast, it is saving the lives of many Israelis. Otherwise, hundreds of people could have been died just from this blast. You can see how extensive is the damage here inside. And this is just one rocket doing so much damage.
No ambiguity on SC status. Top court's rules on scheduled caste status. No scheduled caste status for converts. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Green Ply, हर जरूरत का reply. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े. चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहे हैं. ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंटू. आलू से नहीं होगा. तुमचा कुणाला केला तुम्ही अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझ्या गोट्या गाडी मागला.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला
Supreme Court rules that a person who professes a religion other than Hinduism, Sikhism or Buddhism cannot be recognized as a member of a scheduled caste. Two more Indian LPG ships find gas and Jagvasant transit the Strait of Hormuz amid Iran-Israel war. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel tables the UCC draft bill in the Assembly.
IIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi announces alliance with Humayun Kabir's AJUP for upcoming West Bengal elections. Prime Minister Modi speaks with Donald Trump on the ongoing West Asia war. Both leaders speak on importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open.
All right, viewers, let's start with the top story that we are bringing to you today. Now, amid the evolving situation in West Asia, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired a high-level meeting to review the regional security implications for India's defence preparedness. In fact, the meeting was attended by the Chief of Defence Staff, Service Chiefs and senior defence officials, and officials briefed the Raksha Mantri on the global and regional security landscape, including the potential impact of escalation in West Asia on India. And during this meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh emphasized the need to continuously study the operational and technological lessons emerging from the ongoing conflicts to strengthen India's preparedness, focusing on the advancing of government's push for Atmanirbharta in defence. All right, we have Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Director General, Center for Land Warfare Studies, joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir. Very good evening to you for joining us on Republic TV. And with this war that's been going on for almost a month now, sir, there are multiple lessons for the world and especially for India, sir, as we see. We've seen that how this has been a case of asymmetrical warfare. We've seen, cheaper drones, cheaper, ballistic missiles, overwhelming, multi-million-dollar air defense systems. While India continues to push for Atmanirbharta, sir, what do you think should be the next step of action for us?
First of all, thank you, Rakshita, for inviting me. As far as this particular move is concerned, I think it couldn't have been more timely than what it has been today. To me, it looks like that the Ministry of Defense is now almost started behaving like the armed forces, who continue to read such activities, whether they are within the country or outside the country, and keep refining their strategies for the future. So I totally welcome this particular step. Now, the importance of this particular step has been that the government, the political push is also there for the future ways of war fighting. In the case of India, one thing which is very clear is that there are two major implications. One is that supply chain is likely to be disrupted. And if supply chain is likely to be disrupted, then the biggest problem for India is the semiconductors and the chips, etc. Do you know that because of the gas shortages and also oil shortages, there is a direct impact on chips and the semiconductor both, which will result in delay of various projects of ours, such as, whether it is the Akash new generation missile or air defense system, or Sudarshan Chakra, which has been announced by the Prime Minister earlier last year in August 2025. So there are many such projects which are likely to be affected. So therefore, I think we have to evolve methods and learn from the Iranian war that we need to be fighting also capable of doing it in the asymmetric manner. In the case of China versus India, there would be a certain amount of asymmetry. So we need to harness on our legacy equipment also, and we need to harness on the high tech. So for India, it's a greater challenge actually. Atmanirbharta will be there, but in the short term, we have to overcome our immediate gaps in our preparedness, defense preparedness, such as air defense, such as the high-tech equipment, etc. is concerned. Even the legacy systems, we cannot run the tanks for the aircrafts if the oil is not there. Luckily, in the ATF domain, we are better off. But as far as tanks, etc. are concerned, they'll be absolutely struck on the ground. So therefore, I think we have to diversify. We have to cater for additional budget to reroute all the oil and gas which we want, and also find alternate routings. We need to exploit the Vladivostok, Chennai, the shipping corridor. That would be of a great help to us. And also it is shorter, incidentally. It is much shorter than the existing route if you have to get something from the United States. And one more interesting thing which has happened is that the government has been very proactive also in terms of ensuring our supply of the oil and gas. Could you have imagined about 2 months back that on the new Mangalore port, you have a Russian oil tanker and also an American ship coming with LPG as far as America is concerned, and the crude oil came from the Russians. So I think we give credit to this government that it is going really proactive in preparing itself, because one more thing which you have to understand, Pak-Afghanistan crisis, nobody is actually focusing. There could be a reason. In fact, the statement which the Pakistani ex-foreign ambassador gave, Mr. Basit, that they will attack America should something happen with India. It was actually an indirect threat to India.
Yeah.
That if Baluchistan or the TTP matter doesn't get resolved along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, they might as well spill over the conflict to our borders just to divert the attention of their people, because they are in a bad shape. Economically, they are in the bad shape. In fact, in all sectors of their governance, they are in a bad shape. So therefore, how do you divert attention? India is the best diversion mechanism for them, and they have been doing it in the past. Be prepared for a short-term conflict anytime around June, July. That's the way I look at the situation. Over to you.
Right. Lieutenant General Dushyant, in fact, we spoke about how, you know, the Pakistan-Afghanistan war on one hand might be triggering a meet like this, and also the West Asia, escalating tensions in West Asia. Not just that, resource procurement also remains at the center of this. But let's also talk about strategizing. You know, we see wars erupt left, right, and center, and in that time comes a high-level defense meet inside India. What are we looking at in terms of theaterization, in terms of strategizing for war? Like you also said, you know, Pakistan and Afghanistan fighting each other right onto our heads.
Okay, first of all, let me make it very clear. It is no more militaries fighting each other. It is nation A fighting nation B. So if there is a fight, it will be India which will fight Pakistan or China or whichever country dares to stand up against us. So therefore, it's a whole of a nation approach, and hence to actually fight in a whole of a nation approach, theaterization has already been delayed. You know, I was a colonel when we did the first study on theaterization. Unfortunately, that was in the year of the Lord 2007, and today is 2026. It's already so delayed that I sometimes get frustrated. Theaterization essentially is a urgent need if we have to fight in a coordinated manner. You cannot have the apex level fighting be conducted at the level of the CDS, etc., in a particular theater against a particular enemy, because now it is going to be a multiple threat as far as we are concerned. The Chinese may also collude with Pakistanis to in any future war. So that has to be taken by somebody else, and the theater against Pakistan by somebody else. And also, as far as the maritime domain is concerned, look, the Chinese are foraying quite deeply into the Indian Ocean region, and that is basically to shrink our operating space here. So we have to go in for the submarine. We have to go in for asymmetricity. You know, if the Chinese have edge, we have to exploit the way Iranians have been doing it. You know, they are messaging in such a subtle manner. In fact, I'm quite impressed by the fact that they tried to hit even Diego Garcia. Whether they hit Diego Garcia, that is not important. But the message has gone that they can hit anywhere in Europe. So it's no more West Asia. They can actually trouble Europe as well. So similar kind of a strategy we have to follow. So we have to be ensuring our capabilities that we can hit anywhere in China. Of course, we have the capability for that. But we need the numbers. We need to surge now. If we have to sustain war over a longer period of time, and that is what Mr. Rajnath Singh said, that we need to now create surge capabilities with the help of private defense industries, public defense industries, all working together. And for that, theaterization, you're absolutely right. I would fully support it. In fact, I will give my right hand if it is not done in the next few months.
Lieutenant General Dushyant, thanks very much for joining in and for giving us your understanding, your first comments on the matter.
Thank you.
All right, the Prime Minister today outlined India's response to the energy crisis. He was speaking in the Rajya Sabha today. Yesterday, he addressed the Lok Sabha, and today he outlined that he stressed on the peace and evacuation efforts and also the economic safeguards. And also, he said that India is in constant touch with the leaders in West Asia.
Exactly. And he, in fact, also pushed for de-escalation and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the contentious strait that continues to remain shut with over 20 Indian vessels on standby, while also condemning constant attacks on commercial shipping vessels. Now, in fact, the Prime Minister also mentioned how the government has already evacuated lakhs of Indians, including students from Iran, and is working round the clock to ensure their safety and their treatment at the same time.
युद्ध की शुरुआत के बाद से मैंने पश्चिम एशिया के ज्यादातर देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों के साथ 2 राउंड फोन पर बात की है। हम गल्फ के सभी देशों के साथ लगातार संपर्क में हैं। हम ईरान, इजराइल और अमेरिका के साथ भी संपर्क में हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से क्षेत्र में शांति की बहाली का है। हमने डी-एस्केलेशन और हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट खोले जाने पर भी उनसे बात की है। कमर्शियल जहाजों पर हमला और हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग में रुकावट अस्वीकार्य है। भारत ने नागरिकों पर, सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, एनर्जी और ट्रांसपोर्ट से जुड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमलों का विरोध किया है। भारत डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए युद्ध के इस माहौल में भी भारतीय जहाजों के सुरक्षित आवागमन के लिए सतत प्रयास कर रहा है। भारत ने इस समस्या के समाधान के लिए संवाद का ही रास्ता सुझाया है। इस युद्ध में किसी के भी जीवन पर संकट मानवता के हित में नहीं है। इसलिए भारत का सतत प्रयास सभी पक्षों को जल्द से जल्द शांतिपूर्ण समाधान के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने का है। संकट की स्थिति में देश विदेश में भारतीयों की सुरक्षा हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। युद्ध शुरू होने के बाद से लेकर अब तक 3,75,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित भारत लौट चुके हैं। ईरान से ही अभी तक 1,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित वापस लौटे हैं। इनमें 700 से अधिक मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने वाले युवा हैं। हमारी सरकार संकट के इस समय में पूरी संवेदनशीलता से काम कर रही है। सभी देशों ने वहां मौजूद भारतीयों की सुरक्षा का पूरा आश्वासन दिया है। हालांकि ये बहुत दुखद है कि हमलों के कारण कुछ भारतीयों की मृत्यु हुई है और कुछ घायल भी हुए हैं। ऐसे मुश्किल हालात में परिवारजनों को आवश्यक मदद दी जा रही है। जो घायल हैं, उनका बेहतर इलाज सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है।
Viewers, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to his social media platform on X, where he said that he received a call from the US President Donald Trump over the ongoing escalations in West Asia. In fact, he said that they continue to bank for de-escalation amid the ongoing tensions that are rising in the region. In fact, at the center of this conversation remained the Strait of Hormuz, the contentious critical oil route that continues to be shut amid the ongoing West Asia escalations. In fact, also joining us on the broadcast to get us more details on the matter is Saurav Shukla, the founder for News Mobile.
Right, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us from Washington, D.C. And we see that Donald Trump is now trying very, very hard. He desperately wants an exit route. He's looking for an exit ramp. He has a 5-day of what he calls a ceasefire, but now he dials Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, how do you read this?
Well, I would say this is a very, very crucial development. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking with President Trump at a critical juncture. And I can also tell you some details about this call and why this was significant. One, Prime Minister told President Trump that it was the time that we should move towards de-escalation. He also stressed on having an accessible and open Strait of Hormuz. As you know, that Prime Minister Modi has been, a global peacemaker. He has earlier called for there's no place for war, even to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, when the Ukraine-Russia conflict has been going on. In this case, Prime Minister has told President Trump that India is ready for anything that it can to support the peace process, because obviously India has a crucial strategic stakes, not only in the Middle East and the fact that this war should come to an end, but it also wants to stabilize the situation in the Middle East. And obviously Strait of Hormuz impacts India deeply. There is a large Indian diaspora in the Middle East that's getting impacted. And obviously this war has an impact not only on India, but a geopolitical situation as well. When it comes to President Trump, he values Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a key friend. He has said so on many occasions. The reason why he dialed up is to let Prime Minister know that what are the efforts that are going on, because India remains a key part to this peace process. I've said time and again that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one global leader who can help resolve this conflict, because he has a great relationship with the US, Israel on one side, and Iran on the other side as well. So I think India today can play a key pivotal role, and this call is very, very significant because this is coming at a juncture when US has paused strikes against Iran's energy and power facilities, and there is a genuine peace effort that is going on. And also that reinforces the larger US-India partnership, that the two countries, both US and India, continue to be great partners, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has the trust of President Trump, and that's the reason why this crucial phone call took place. And I would say that this also reinforces India's role in making sure that Middle East becomes a zone of peace and there's an early resolution and this war comes to an end, which is important for the entire world. And India is playing a key role there.
Right, Saurabh, in fact, also want to quickly understand from you, India being one of the only countries to have pulled out its citizens safely from the war zone, also being one of the very few countries to be able to extract their their commercial shipments of LPG or crude from the contentious Strait of Hormuz. And now India also at the center of the peace talks, right with President Donald Trump from the US. In fact, the Finnish Prime Minister also speaking of India's mediation being required as a key course corrector for this entire war that's been ongoing. Also places India at a very good global position in terms of being a mediator for peace specifically. And like you pointed out, India's neutrality, more like India's statesmanship, plays out in India's favor too.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi globally is known as a strategic pragmatist. He's a leader who has put India on the global map like never before. And that has come to the fore once again, because India is not only making sure that it's safeguarding its own diplomatic interest, the interest of its people, which is at the center of Prime Minister's foreign policy for a long time since he took office, but he's also made sure that India's strategic interests are protected. Because as I said earlier, that India gets directly impacted by this war with a large diaspora, the huge economic burden that this war is putting us, especially on the high energy cost. Prime Minister is committed to make sure that this war comes to an end. And that's the reason why you can only have these discussions with global leaders if you have the trust and confidence, which the Prime Minister of India has developed over these years. He has a great personal chemistry. And I can tell you that President Trump himself told me in response to a question that Prime Minister Modi is the toughest negotiator in the world. So if you have someone, a global leader who can actually forge global peace and can help this war to come to an end, that is Prime Minister Modi. Whether India plays a back channel role, that obviously is for the Prime Minister and the Indian establishment to decide. But the fact that this crucial telephone call took place at a critical juncture is very important. And in diplomacy, all these plays a very critical role, because that underscores India's importance on the global arena and also in getting this war to an end, because that's is good for the world and for people of India as well.
Right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining in and giving us your first comments on the matter. For now, viewers, shifting focus, and we'd be...
Right, it's time for a very, very short break, but we will continue to get you all the analysis and the different angles that are emerging from the situation in West Asia, Gesu, from how India is being seen as of great importance, of a strategic partner, and of course Trump speaking to Modi speaks volumes, but the fact that Pakistan is so desperate to mediate, but for what reason it itself once begged for a ceasefire, for US to mediate. Well, that of course will be one of our debates tonight.
Definitely. And needless to say, on the other side, at 8 p.m., our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami will take over this entire ceasefire deal that the US has been, being a fickle on, whether or not this is a hoax or is the ceasefire going to stand long.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।